Test. Okay, well, we've got the packet. We've got things set up. Let's go ahead and do a buzzer check, starting with Walter Payton, and give us your name when you buzz in.
Mandy.
Thank you.
Grant.
Thank you.
Elena.
Thank you.
Simra.
Thank you. And Blair.
Sophia.
Thank you.
Justin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jason.
Thank you. Okay. As I'm sure you guys are aware, this match is being live streamed, so smile for everybody on the camera, I guess. This is round 11 in the Super Playoffs for 9th through 16th bracket between Walter Payton A and Montgomery Blair A. Are there any questions from any players or concerns before we get started here? Yeah.
What are the answers?
Come on.
So true. This is not Jeopardy, unfortunately. All right. Otherwise, you ready to go, Mike?
Yep.
All right. Best of luck to both teams. Here's toss-up 1. New England Biolabs developed a method to detect this functional group that uses TET2 to protect substances with it from degradation by ApoBec enzymes. 2 of this group are attached to sulfur in a molecule spuriously detected on the exoplanet K2-18b, but is only produced by phytoplankton on Earth. In biochemistry, S-adenosyl methionine acts as a donor of this group. An extremely potent poison that can seep through laboratory gloves consists of... Yes, for 10. Your bonus... Sorry, give me one sec. Here we go. Joseph Wolfe was spared from execution after a ruler of this city laughed at his missionary attire. For 10 points each, name the city where Nasrullah Khan had Arthur Connolly, the coiner of the phrase Great Game, executed. A Central Asian Jewish diaspora named for this city became Russian subjects in 1865.
Sevastopol.
This is Bukhara. Russian incursions into Central Asia were partly motivated by Alexander II's desire to block this country's expansion. This country governed India as a Raj during the Great Game.
Britain.
Yes. Units known by this term schemed to help Reza Shah take the Iranian throne in 1925. These units' Stanitsa democracy was dismantled following the October Revolution.
I don't think that's right. Savak.
These are the Cossacks.
Oh, that's just okay.
For 10. Give me 1 second here to change something.
Yeah, that's how it's
Okay, sorry about that. Here's toss-up 2. Charles Rosen argued that there are multiple types of this form, which is the subject of a theory by James Hippikoski and Warren Darcy. Works in this form transition from the P space to the S space and may later feature a retransition. This descendant of rounded binary form comes in Da Chiesa and Da Camera for power. For Jason, your bonus. Description acceptable. A speech given at this event describes a woman who has broken a rigid and time-honored code of our society and declares no code mattered to her before she broke it, but it came crashing down on her afterwards. For 10 points each, name this event, where a speech is given that concludes, "In the name of God, do your duty." A character watching this event from a balcony notes that she had never before seen one man remove his coat or sweat.
Oh, wait, is it like the trial on To Kill a Mockingbird?
Maybe. Wait, I'm like...
The trial on To Kill a Mockingbird.
That's it. The woman referenced in Atticus's speech is this character, Tom Robinson's accuser. This woman's father later attacked Scout and Jem on their walk home from a Halloween pageant.
Mayella.
Sorry?
Mayella.
Mayella's right. The trial of Tom Robinson occurs in To Kill a Mockingbird, a novel by this author of Go Set a Watchman. For 30. Toss-up 3. An essay by this author claims that Europe's sixth civilization calls for its Hitler, I mean its punishment, and equates its title concept with thingification. A sprawled, flat, and...
Cesare.
For power.
Good. That's fairly easy for a first line. Thank you.
It doesn't matter. You
Oh,
first
I
line.
don't get quote.
Your bonus. Answer the following about experiments that involve inhaling gases for 10 points each. Inhaling helium increases the pitch of one's voice due to helium having a lower value of this quantity than air. This quantity is often measured in grams per cubic centimeter.
Density.
In contrast, a deepened voice is commonly achieved by inhaling this element's dense hexafluoride, which has an octahedral geometry and is the most potent known greenhouse gas.
Sulfur.
Yes.
Sulfur.
Ignoring warnings, this chemist experimented on himself to discover the euphoric properties of nitrous oxide, which he gave the name laughing gas. This scientist also invented the first carbon-based arc lamp.
What's his name?
What's
I don't know what this is. I know this guy. I just can't remember his name. He's like James
Answer.
something, right? I don't know.
It's time. This is Humphrey Davy
Okay.
for 20. Toss-up 4. People in this profession, such as Bob Hoover, could give a 10 to devices deemed unacceptable under any circumstances on the Cooper-Harper scale. 42nd John Boyd trained many people in this profession and also developed the OODA loop. In 1976, a Soviet man in this profession named Viktor Belenko defected to Japan, revealing secrets about the fox bat. In 19...
This is like aircraft manufacturing?
Don't say anything. No. Keep going. In 1962, an American in this job was exchanged for spy Rudolph Abel after not using shellfish toxin to kill himself in a diplomatic scandal for the Eisenhower administration. In the 1950s, an American in this job named Joseph C. McDonnell had 16 kills in Mig Alley. For 10 points, give this profession of Gary Powers, whose U-2 was downed by a Soviet missile.
Pilot.
That's what I need.
That makes sense.
Your bonus. In a novel by this author, the Iberian country breaks away from the European continent and floats into the Atlantic Ocean. For 10 points each, name this author of The Stone Raft. This Portuguese Nobel laureate also penned the novel Blindness.
Saramago.
This character follows his creator into a graveyard in a Saramago novel titled for the year of the death of this character. Ricardo Reis is one of the many heteronyms created by this Portuguese poet who attributed his Book of Disquiet to Bernardo Soares. For 30. Toss-up 5. Deformations in these objects due to their collective motion is described by a non-spherical model co-developed by Olga Bohr and Ben Modelson. A model for these objects includes Coulomb pairing in asymmetry terms. Coulomb... No, sorry. Keep going. And asymmetry terms in a formula co-developed by Weizsäcker. That equation was developed semi-empirically to compute the mass of these objects and modeled them as liquid drops. The shell model for these objects predicts the existence of magic numbers. The binding energy in these objects is proportional to their mass defect. The deflection of atoms in the gold foil experiment hinted at the presence of these structures. For 10 points, name these structures consisting of neutrons and protons that are found at the center of atoms.
Atomic nuclei.
For 10.
Job.
Your bonus. Under war capitalism, this country began cultivation of Jumal cotton. For 10 points each, identify this modern-day country ruled by a viceroy who was granted the right of heredity rule of this country by the Convention of London after a conflict with the Ottomans.
I don't know what this is. Could be Greece. Voice
Sure,
Viceroy.
say it.
What?
Go ahead.
Could it be Cyprus?
Oh, maybe go.
Answer?
Cyprus.
Egypt.
Oh.
Egypt's cotton production took off during the Lancashire cotton famine of this decade. Ports such as Mobile and New Orleans were blockaded to prevent cotton exports in this decade.
Also, 1860s.
Probably.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah,
just
okay.
1860s.
That's right.
That's just Anton.
Egypt's Ibrahim Pasha commanded forces at the successful siege of this town during the Greek War of Independence. This town fell following the exodus of its guards and is where Lord Byron died.
Where did Lord Byron die?
Where did Lord Byron? Missolonghi? No.
Go for it.
That's
Yeah.
the-
Missolonghi?
That's right.
Yeah.
For 20.
Literature.
Toss-up 6. While at a location titled for this adjective, a character spectates a war between cars and pedestrians. In a novel titled for this adjective, the protagonist hallucinates two women dismembering a child in a sanctuary during a snowstorm. A location titled for this adjective is advertised with the phrases "price of admittance your mind" and "for madmen only."
Magic.
That's right. For 10.
I forgot that word.
Calm down.
Your bonus. So many animals died on this highway in the 1970s that it earned the nickname the Meat Maker. For 10 points each, name this 4,860-mile-long highway, sometimes backed up at a steep grade section near Wawa. This highway's mile zero is sometimes said to be in St. John's.
66. Is it? Okay, Route 66.
For another country, the Trans-Canada Highway.
Oh, okay.
The route markers for the Trans-Canada Highway consist of a white one of these objects. Lester Pearson pushed Canada to adopt a flag containing a red one of these objects.
Maple leaf.
6 tree-lined overpasses above the Trans-Canada Highway in this national park have reduced animal deaths. The Chateau Lake Louise serves tourists to this park on Alberta's western border with British Columbia.
Yeah.
That's right, for 20.
That's you. Thank you.
Let's see. Toss-up 7. A notorious siege launched primarily against these people spared Lapis Lazuli Hall at a site where marathon walks are still practiced today. Under the Suryo system, these people were led by a chief administrator known as a Sogo. Some of these people, who also doubled as warriors, would depart from Mount Hiei to attack Kyoto until they were finally routed by Oda Nobunaga in his campaign against the Sohei. One of these people, named Kukai, is held to have invented Japan's kana scripts. In 1963,
So like a Buddhist monk?
for 10.
Correct. Sorry, I was waiting on it.
Your bonus. In one account, this figure is mortally wounded by Moleonides of Elis while fighting alongside his brother against King Augeas. For 10 points each, name this twin half-brother of Heracles, the mortal son of Alcmene with her husband Amphitryon.
Man, I have no idea.
I don't know. Did they have twin?
Give me a Greek name.
Heraclio.
Answer? This is Iphicles. Although Heracles did not participate, Iphicles was one of the numerous heroes assembled to hunt a massive one of these creatures in Caledonia sent by Artemis.
Four.
Other accounts of Iphicles' death have him slain in battle during a punitive expedition against Hippokuon, a king of this city. While Pollux is the son of Zeus, his twin half-brother Castor is the mortal son of a king of this city, Tyndareus.
So where Helen is from?
Oh,
No,
not
not
Troy.
Troy.
I don't know.
Answer?
Troy.
This is Sparta.
It
For
was
10.
fucking Sparta.
Then speak.
Toss-up 8. In 2025, this man used his super mustache alter ego to again declare that Christmas was starting in October.
Chavez.
No, sorry. Keep going. A small apparel company called Origin capitalized on a photo of this man wearing one of their blue hoodies. Biker gangs known as colectivos helped this man's government crack down on dissent through Operation Tun Tun. This former bus driver and leader of the PSUV won a rigged election against opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez after 2025 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Maria Corina Machado was barred from running. In Operation Absolute Resolve, this man and his wife, Celia Flores, were seized and transported to New York. For 10 points, name this recently deposed president of Venezuela.
Maduro.
For 10.
Venezuelan guys.
Your bonus.
Chavez was close.
After Pope Paul VI called these people intrinsically disordered, an article in the Italian magazine Tempo alleged that he was one of these people. For 10 points each, Pope Francis allowed priests to bless members of what minority group, despite affirming church doctrine that their marriages are not legitimate.
Yeah, gay.
Gay.
Yes. Following the 2025 appointment of this first woman of Archbishop of Canterbury, the anti-gay Anglican submovement GAFCON briefly threatened a schism.
Oh, I don't know what her name is.
Give me a really English
Say
name.
last name.
Smith.
This is Sarah Mullally.
Okay.
This denomination's mainline American branch allowed gay people to join the clergy in 2010, causing many churches to leave it for the ECO. A branch of this denomination founded by John Knox is colloquially called the Kirk.
What?
Methodism?
It could be Methodism.
I think it's
Yeah,
Methodist.
Methodist is like pretty liberal.
Answer.
Methodism?
This is Presbyterianism.
Oh, never mind.
For 10.
Whatever.
Sorry.
You're Korean.
It's okay.
Toss up 9. This god defeats the serpent Lotan in one text named for this god that features him fighting the death god Mot and sea god Yam. One figure was held over a fire by his father to swear an oath of hatred to this god at the age of 9. This god's synchronization with an Egyptian god had Tanit as his consort and allegedly received child sacrifices as the chief deity of Carthage. In another myth, one figure that later flees to Mount Horeb taunts this god, saying maybe he is sleeping while on Mount Carmel. Elijah tells 450 prophets of this god to shout louder in a contest between this god and Yahweh.
Ball.
That's right.
Oh wow. I overthought that.
Your bonus. Designing DRAM at this length scale has created challenges for maintaining cell data. For 10 points each, give this prefix placed before technology for devices that operate at atomic scale. An SI unit with this prefix equals 10 to the power minus 9 meters.
Yeah, no.
Yes, that's right. Shrinking DRAM cells exacerbates a phenomenon whereby this terminal induces charge to leak from the drain. In a MOSFET, applying enough voltage to this terminal allows current to flow between the source and drain.
The base.
The gates. DRAM leakage is also exacerbated by regions heavily subjected to this process, whereby impurities are introduced to silicon to make it P-type or N-type.
Doping.
Yes, for 20. Right, here's toss of 10. Everyone will have the half. A silver bridle knife bearing a signature was often depicted by an artist from this region who also painted a P-shaped pretzel in another work. Théophile Touré-Bougier rediscovered an artist from this region who painted a red-jacketed man dropping a coin into the hand of the title yellow-clad procuress. Depictions of rowdy drinkers make up the Merry Company type of genre paintings from this region. A blue-clad model holds a trumpet and a book in front of a map of this region in the art of painting. An artist from this region may have used camera obscura for painting.
Wait, Flanders?
Yep, that's good.
I was thinking.
Sorry,
Good job.
me too.
Yeah.
We got it.
Points are points.
Yes. Points are points.
All right, your bonus. Johann Galtung founded the studies of this concept and conflict. For 10 points each, what concept names a Nobel Prize won by Barack Obama and Malala Yousafzai?
Peace.
Yes. Galtung's essay, Violence, Peace, and Peace Research, distinguishes personal violence from societal violence described by this adjective. This adjective modifies functionalism in the framework of Talcott Parsons.
Structural?
Yeah, I think so.
Structural?
That's right.
Yeah.
Galtung distinguished the lack of personal violence from the lack of structural violence as positive and negative peace, echoing this 1963 essay's distinction between a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, and a positive peace, which is the presence of justice.
You got it.
Letter for Birmingham jail.
For 30.
Good job.
All right, that's the half. I currently have 150 for Walter Payton A, 170 for Montgomery Blair A.
I agree.
Me too.
Perfect.
Stupid. They just start with was the Netherlands?
Yay, I got
All right.
another first line, and it was Shazam.
Okay, let's get together. The reading speed, cadence, okay for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, I'll just keep doing it then. Everybody ready to keep going?
Sure.
All right, here is toss-up 11. This nickname was most commonly used to identify a man who operated during London's wartime blackouts named Gordon Cummins. Soccer fans in Leeds chanted 11-0 in reference to hoax tapes pretending to be a Yorkshire man with this nickname. This nickname was used in a letter with whose postscript ends, "They say I'm a doctor now, ha ha." That man with this nickname links the canonical...
Saucy Jack.
No. Or prompt?
Yeah.
I'll prompt you.
Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, the Ripper is what we need, but that is good for power. All right, your bonus. This thinker wanted to call her rational egoist philosophy existentialism, but chose objectivism since that was already taken. For 10 points each, what Russian-American author promoted objectivism in novels like Atlas Shrugged?
Rand.
This book argues that rational egoism is indirectly individually self-defeating since it can't be beneficial to not be an egoist. In this book, Derek Parfit described the repugnant conclusion. Answer?
The new ideas.
This is Reasons and Persons. Proponents of egoism often cite this thinker's claim that self-interest motivates the butcher, the brewer, and the baker, although this thinker rooted ethics and fellow feeling in the theory of moral sentiments. Answer?
Hume.
This is Adam Smith.
Oh.
I had Hume directed.
Sorry.
That's 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 12. In this novel, the last pre-electric king drinks leftover drinks after a bean feast. Friends of this novel's author wrote critical essays on it in Our Examination Round His Factification for Incamination of Work in Progress.
Oh, Finnegan's Wake.
For power.
Very good.
Yay!
We love Finnegan's Wake.
You're doing good.
Your bonus. Lewis West studied brainwashing and LSD cults with test subjects from a free medical clinic in this neighborhood. For 10 points each, name the San Francisco neighborhood where tens of thousands of hippies and flower children flocked to during 1967's Summer of Love.
Hi, Asprey.
The CIA's MK Ultra program financed West's research, which involved causing one of these animals to overdose on LSD. In 1874, Thomas Nast first depicted the Republican Party as this animal.
Elephant.
Excellent.
Elephant.
That's right. West served as a psychological evaluator for this man, whom West believed had developed a hidden personality. In 2023, Gavin Newsom denied this man parole for killing Robert F. Kennedy.
Oh, Sirhan,
Oh,
Sirhan.
yeah, Sirhan.
Sirhan.
For 30.
Good. Why you leave?
Toss-up 13. A Frank Sulloway book found that this variable correlates with support of revolutions due to its impact on openness. Higher values of this variable for an individual correlate to lower IQs in Robert Zayon's confluence model. Sensitization to HY antigens may explain why males with a higher value for a type of this variable are more likely to be homosexual. People with the lowest value for this variable face a dethronement according to the theories of Alfred Adler.
Oh, birth order?
That's right.
Good job.
That, yeah.
10.
For 10.
That's an answer line.
Yeah, that was
Your bonus. An archaea of the genus Thermococcus is the most resistant to this phenomenon out of any known organism. For 10 points each, manganese-based antioxidants are thought to explain why a species of Deinococcus, nicknamed Conan the Bacterium, is resistant to what stimulus, whose damage may be repaired through photoreactivation.
Yeah,
Go for
probably.
it.
Probably UV light.
Yes, that's good.
Oh, okay.
Radiation damages DNA in part by causing these bases, which are contrasted with purines, to form dimers. These bases include thymine and cytosine.
Pyrimidians.
Certain fungi discovered at Chernobyl are thought to harvest energy from radiation using this compound, which is also overexpressed in eastern tree frogs around the site.
I don't know.
What's it called?
I don't know what it's called.
Answer?
Sulfate.
This is melanin for 20.
Oh, it's just melanin. It's just melanin.
Is that toss-up like one?
All right, toss up 14. A metaphor in this novel describes a basin in the mind where words float around on thought. A woman in this novel washes her feet in the monstropolis darkness on a friend's porch. In this novel, Sam gives a sermon imagining a river of molasses, and vultures repeat "bear, bear, fat" at a mock funeral for Matt Bonner's mule.
Oh, Their Eyes Were Watching God.
Just out of
That's
power.
right.
Good job.
Wow, we read that.
Yep.
I was gonna pause it. I wasn't.
Your bonus. Poems in this language are often divided into metrical units known as tent pegs and tent ropes. For 10 points each, identify this language used to write a collection that includes The Ebony Horse and the early murder mystery The Three Apples, which was most famously translated by Richard Burton.
Japanese? I don't know.
Maybe?
I mean, this translator is probably
Japanese.
This is Arabic.
Oh.
Richard Burton's translation of Arabian Nights includes a story in which this character uses the words "open sesame" to steal gold from the 40 thieves.
Yeah. Alibaba.
In another story from the Arabian Nights, one of these people finds a copper jar with the seal of Solomon on it, causing a genie to give him a choice of how he wants to die.
Who wants to die? Okay, I don't know.
I don't know.
And the one that and he says like old age, right? Do you think it could be a king?
Answer?
Sure.
King.
These are fishermen.
Oh.
That's 10 on the bonus.
Sorry, I kind of messed that up. That's fine.
Toss up 15. This state's governor, Isham G. Harris, argued against the reckless fanatics of the North in endorsing John C. Breckinridge for president. This was the first state governed by the only man to govern 2 U.S. states. Jose Enrique de la Peña
Tennessee.
for power.
Good.
Yeah.
Your bonus. Apocryphally, this oratorio was inspired by its composer's visit to William and Caroline Herschel's observatory in Slough, where he saw the 40-foot telescope. For 10 points each, name the 1799 oratorio that begins with the representation of chaos and features a sudden fortissimo in the orchestra as the chorus sings the word Licht.
Creation.
Yes. The Creation is by this classical era composer, whose visits to London resulted in symphonies such as his 94th, nicknamed Surprise. Haydn's Creation begins in this key and switches to a parallel key as the chorus sings the word Licht.
C minor.
For 30.
Nice.
Good job.
Timeout.
We're probably gonna agree.
Yeah, we did.
Like in your I know it's because
Alrighty, let's regroup here. Both teams ready to keep going?
Yeah.
it's hard to argue that.
Alrighty. Here is Toss Up 16. In a 2018 film in this language, a wounded commander secretly trains a lookalike to become his shadow. A shot of a human outline surrounded by arrows appears at the end of a film in this language, whose 4 sections are each dominated by a single color. After making a wish, a woman leaps from a bridge into mist at the end of a film in this language featuring extensive wire work. Examples of a genre partly named after this language's word for chivalry include the 2002 film Hero, and a film in which the sword Green Destiny is stolen.
Cantonese?
No, sorry. Keep going. Is stolen by Jun in disguise as the Jade Fox. For 10 points, name this language used in many wuxia films, such as Ang Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
So do you just want Chinese?
I do.
Yeah.
For 10.
Oh, because Cantonese is the exclusive. Okay.
Your bonus. Classicist Barry B. Powell controversially claimed that one man, whom he called the Adapter, invented this system in order to record Homer. For 10 points each, name this system, which uses the symbols sigma and omega.
Greek alphabet.
Powell posits that the Adapter invented the alphabet in Almina, a site that was likely demolished during a revolt named for this ancient region. The Lex Gabinia allowed one general to go after a gang of pirates named for this region.
Maybe? I don't know. What do you think?
Sure.
Go
whatever.
for it, I guess.
Answer?
Mediterranean.
This is Cilicia. Powell justifies his adapter theory with a list of writing systems and their creators, citing Ulfilas' creation of this script. This script's namesake people sacked Rome in 410 AD.
I don't know.
Visigoths, the Vandals.
Answer?
One of them say it.
Visigoth?
Visigoth.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, okay.
The Gothic script for 20.
Ah.
Alright. Toss up 17. Hans Petersen co-names a conjecture limiting the size of this mathematician's tau function using Fourier coefficients. Sato added modular forms above level 4 to this person's fast-converging infinite series for 1 over pi. For power.
Oh, it's always Ramanujan, isn't it?
Who else?
Your bonus. This author claimed he was never not thinking about Iceland after traveling there with Louis Macnice. For 10 points each, name this poet of Journey to Iceland and The More Loving One. This poet wrote, "The stars are not wanted now, put out every one," in another poem. Answer? This is W.H. Auden. This creator of Jacob de Zoet and Son Me 451 quoted Auden's never not thinking about Iceland line in his travel blog. The immortal Marinus arrives from Iceland at the end of this author's book, The Bone Clocks.
Who wrote Cloud Atlas? I forget, is it Mitchell? Mitchell?
It is. Professor Leidenbrock follows Arn Saknussum's code to Iceland to descend into the Snæfell's crater in a Jules Verne novel titled For a Journey to This Place.
The center of the earth.
For 20. Right. Toss up 18. Walter Long's film adaptation of a Cole Porter musical titled For This Activity, co-starring Frank Sinatra, was called Pornographic when Nikita Khrushchev visited the set. The back of a double bass player features prominently in a brown-hued Georges Seurat painting that shares its title with This Activity. A poster by Henri Toulouse-Lautrec.
Who's gonna say kiss? Kissing?
No, sorry. Keep going. Depicting Jane of Riel engaging in this activity, inspired the character of Satine in a movie musical by Baz Luhrmann. This dance was often performed to the music of a piece set on the banks of the Styx, Jacques Offenbach's Galop Infernal, at the Folies Bergère, in the Moulin Rouge. For 10 points, name this French dance, popular in cabarets and noted for its high kicks.
Can.
That's what I need. Your bonus. In 2024, Peter Schatzschneider's research group provided the first experimental observation of Terrell rotation, which is a consequence of this phenomenon. For 10 points each, name this phenomenon that allows for a moving pole to fit in a barn in the ladder paradox.
Oh, the gravitational lensing.
No. Length contraction, right?
Like, oh, maybe. Length contraction.
That's right.
Okay.
Length contraction arises because this quantity must be a constant in all inertial frames according to special relativity. For a vacuum, this quantity is approximately 300 million meters per second.
The speed of light.
Pencil and paper ready.
Oh no, really?
For an object with a proper length of 1 meter that is traveling at 0.6 times the speed of light, how many meters long is the object as measured from a stationary frame? You have 10 seconds, and please express your fraction in simplest form.
I don't know how to do
Are we
this.
serious? Like, genuinely, are we serious? This is like
Answer
25 sixteenths.
is 4/5 meters.
Okay, that's weird.
For 20.
1625.
Yeah.
Toss up 19.
It's contraction.
This phylum's genus Glycera is a predator whose 4 jaw fangs uniquely contain about 10% copper bound to melanin. This phylum's genus Osedax acts as an ecosystem for power.
Nice.
What was it?
Annelida, or annelids. Your bonus. A Billy Harper album titled For This Type of Person was the first released by an eponymous Italian record label whose sister label is Soul Note. For 10 points each, name this abstract figure identified by a 2-word name. This is the first figure in the title of a flamenco-inspired album with a track calling for duet solo dancers.
The Black Saint.
That's right. The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady is by Charles Mingus, who played this instrument. The typical rhythm section of a jazz band contains piano, drums, and this instrument. Yes, Mingus spent most of his early career working in this U.S. state. Jerry Mulligan and Chet Baker helped develop cool jazz while playing in this state, the home of the longest continuously running jazz festival. Answer?
Louisiana.
This is California.
Oh, okay.
For 20.
Number 10.
Just get it.
Yeah.
Just get it.
All right, here's the last toss-up. A new religious movement named for being based on these people's practices uses a symbol of 3 flaring vertical lines to represent an inspiratory force called Awen. These people inspired Edward Williams to develop a new alphabet and use the pseudonym Iolo Morganug. The birth of triplets to one of these people, named Tlachtka, marks a central site of worship used in the harvest festival of Samhain. Strabo placed a key. Give me one sec. Prompts. Yes,
Nice.
for 10.
When they said counts and they prompted you, I was like,
Your bonus. Objects that have passed this process can be included in a catalogue raisonné. For 10 points each, name or describe this practice, which might be done by employing the techniques of Giovanni Morelli to focus on details such as ears and fingers. Answer?
try human anatomy.
No, this is art authentication. In 2012, both Andy Warhol and this artist's authentication boards were disbanded by their estates 27 years after they collaborated on a series of boxing-inspired posters. With Al Diaz, this artist formed the duo Samo.
Basquiat.
Yep. In 2025, the LMI group claimed that Elie Mar was an authentic Vincent van Gogh made at the St. Paul Asylum, from where he also painted the dark cypresses and swirling sky of this painting.
Sorry.
For 20. With that, I have a final score of 310 for Walter Payton A, 360 for Montgomery Blair A. Good game, both teams.
Hang on.
There's a power on 16,
Oh,
17,
sorry.
and 19.
Yeah, but
Okay, I think we have both teams here, and so we can start getting ready here. So we are now on round 12 of the 2026 PACE NSC. I am your moderator, Mike Bentley. We also have scorekeeping.
Ethan Ashbrook.
And in this room we have Strake, Jesuit B, and Livingston A. Why don't you all go buzz in, say your name.
Logan. Calvin.
Luke.
Alex.
Ara. Jack.
Ethan. Ben.
Great. And we have a sponsor for this round, which is best of luck to everyone in the rest of today's rounds. We'd love to have you join us at NASAT on June 27th and 28th at the campus of Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia. Contact Fred Moreland by emailing fred at iqbtnasat.com for more information. So thanks to them for sponsoring.
Do we want to have Virginia ever?
Is everyone ready to get started? Okay. Try to move this slightly closer to me. And here we go with toss.
Could you move the water bottle so we can see
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Here I can
thing
move this one too.
Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. All right. Here we go with toss number 1. While a man in this work tries to stop hiccuping, another character compares the agreement central to both music and medicine. A character in this work contrasts the mixed gender and all male parentages of one deity's common and heavenly aspects. This work's central concept is called the Child of Resource and Poverty, and likened to a 6-runged ladder by the possibly fictional priestess Diotima of Mantinea. Aristophanes describes how Zeus separated spherical 8-limbed humans to create the...
Symposium.
That's right for 10. Bonus. A house in this state, inspired by the phrase we have decided not to die, promises life extension via its bright colors and bumpy uneven floors. For 10 points each, Madeline Gins's Biocleve house is in what U.S. state? Also home to the Flatiron Building and the One World Trade Center.
So New York.
New York.
Yes.
New York.
Gins developed the Biocleve house with her partner from this country. Another architect from this country designed a concrete box with a cross-shaped slit in it, the Church of Light.
Church of Light. Okay. New Zealand. Finland.
Oh, I was thinking it was
Answer.
Alright.
Finland.
Japan. Jins and Arakawa planned a reversible destiny, one of these buildings in New York. A Mayan revival one of these buildings in Tokyo survived an earthquake.
Hotel, right?
I think hotel.
Hotel.
Yes, for 20. Toss for 2. These phenomenon are driven by RFDs according to the recycling hypothesis. Howard Bluestein co-developed a portable device to measure these phenomena. The Toro scale measures the intensity of these phenomena.
So they're just tornadoes.
That's right for power.
Nice one.
Yeah, it's
Wait, how do you have like a...
Bonus. The narrator of this novel recalls how a man sold the Just Judges panel of the Ghent Altarpiece for a single bottle of alcohol. For 10 points each, name this novel, narrated by Jean-Baptiste Clements, who inhabits a bar in Amsterdam named Mexico City.
God, I wish I could sell a painting for a bottle of alcohol. No,
Answer.
Hunger.
It's The Fall. Clements compares the concentric canals of Amsterdam to these places. In Dante's Inferno, the first of these structures is known as Limbo, while sinners guilty of treachery are found in the 9th of these places.
Circles of Hell.
Yes. Clements tells the reader to imagine the heat of one of these places in the fall. In The Stranger, Meursault argues with a chaplain while in one of these locations.
Is this a prison or the beach?
Answer.
Prison.
That's right for 20.
nice.
Crap.
Bro.
Oops.
You know me. I don't know anything real. All fictional characters in this kind of thing.
Oh, oops. Charlie was going to be really mad at that. They're really getting at
They
that.
can read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Ball. That was stupid.
We do a quick buzz check. Okay. Great. We have not fried the buzzer.
Hooray.
I will attempt not to knock that over again. And we are on toss 3. A monument to this battle was funded by a pacifist priest and is known as the Cairn of Peace. A so-called Lion's Leap occurred as troops assaulted the old vineyards during this battle. Thousands of soldiers drowned during this battle after 24 cannons broke the ice covering...
Austerlitz.
Yeah, power.
Nice.
Good job.
Bonus in 2025, authorities raided the child-filled LA mansion of Sylvia Zhang and Gujan Zuan, who ran a company employing these people. For 10 points each, name these people, many of whom are flown to the country of Georgia, where they're often awarded payments at milestones such as heartbeats.
It's human trafficking, so like
Answer.
Trafficking victims.
These are surrogates. Israel airlifted 26 babies, but not their surrogate mothers, following one of these events in Nepal in 2015. Substandard construction exacerbated a deadly one of these events in Turkey in 2023.
Earthquake.
Oh yeah.
Earthquake.
In 2024, this PM passed a law that imposed prison on people who use foreign surrogates. This leader of the FDI party failed to reform her country's judiciary in 2026.
Female leader. Scheinbaum.
Answer.
Scheinbaum.
Maloney, 10 points.
Oh.
Toss it for. This character tells a family secret about a butler who gets a mysterious nose condition from polishing silver. This character rambles, I always watch for the longest day in the year and then miss it before hurting her knuckle and blaming a hulking man. This character tries to give back a string of pearls when drunk before her wedding.
Daisy.
That's power.
Oh. Great character.
Yeah.
Bonus in 2025, researchers from the NIH and University of Virginia discovered a hemifusomes, a new organelle consisting of two of these structures joined by a diaphragm. For 10 points each, name these structures whose fusion with the cell membrane is mediated by snare proteins.
vesicles.
Yes.
Nice.
Hemifusomes were discovered using a 3D variant of this technique. The 2017 Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded for this technique that has partially supplanted X-ray crystallography for imaging biomolecules.
It's like cryogenic microscopy.
That's profitable. Based on my own knowledge.
I'm gonna say no for now.
What's
No, I'm gonna prompt.
Cryomicroscopy.
I think that's a no.
No. So it's cryo-EM, or cryogenic electron microscopy. A droplet containing proteins in these molecules is usually embedded in the hemifusion diaphragm. The cell membrane is a bilayer of one of these molecules.
Phospholipids.
Yes, for 20.
Okay.
Toss of 5. A hadith attributed to Abu Hurairah describes one of these objects known as the Gurkhad that would protect Jews during the end of the world. Jibril is unable to pass one of these objects. Power. Bonus, despite the fact that the medium had been in use for 500 years, Vasari falsely claimed that this person was the inventor of oil painting. For 10 points each, famous artist who painted an Italian merchant family in the Arnolfini portrait.
Von Eyck, right? Von Eyck.
Yes. Van Eyck's use of oil may have inspired Roger van der Weyden to create an inverted T-shaped depiction of this religious scene. Peter Paul Rubens depicted a white cloth draped on a ladder in his version of this scene for the Antwerp Cathedral.
Is this the descent from the cross?
Think so.
The descent from the cross.
Yes, with Van Eyck, this Flemish artist helped pioneer the use of wet layering with the Salern triptych. The Merode altarpiece is often attributed to this master of them all.
Road is Robert something. Robert Chalmier.
Robert Campen, 20. Toss up 6. Female New World monkeys have varying numbers of a protein family in this anatomical structure based on their zygosity at the ML gene locus, which is on the X chromosome in all primates. The membranes of cells in this structure that resemble a stack of discs contain the earliest discovered class of G protein coupled receptors. Recoverin prevents receptors in this structure from binding to arrestin, allowing them to keep activating transducin after being triggered by the 11 cis to all trans isomerization of a chromosome 4 derived from vitamin A. The number of...
Retina.
That's right for 10.
Nice. Got the biology.
Bonus, in the 19th century, hippographic societies promoted the eating of these animals. For 10 points each, identified these animals that had been taboo to eat in most of Europe for the preceding millennium. War examples of these animals were ridden by knights.
Horses.
Gerald of Wales, the chaplain to this English king, described seeing an Irish king taking a ritual bath in mare's blood. This king's son repeatedly rebelled against him alongside their mother, Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine.
Henry II. Jinx.
Yes. This polymath supposedly devised a way to keep people alive for days on end with horse broth baths. This man names a medieval university in Salzburg and coined the phrase, the dose makes the poison.
Scotus.
Answer?
Scotus.
Paracelsus, 20 points. Toss of 7. Europeans with this characteristic visited Cabo Verde to obtain sea turtle blood. Agnes of Courtenay was the mother of a king often named for this characteristic who...
Leprosy?
Power. Bonus. Answer the following about the Bard's characters who only speak one line according to their ranking in Michael Anderson's Hallucinating Shakespeare for 10 points each. First is a third musician in this play whose only line is, Faith, I know not what to say. This play features a balcony scene featuring two star-crossed lovers from Verona.
Romeo and Juliet.
Second is a soldier who is instantly killed for yelling Jack Cade at the worst possible moment in a play named for this man, which also includes the line, let's kill all the lawyers. In another play, this man's wounds reopen and bleed in the presence of his murderer, whom he and his son tell to despair and die.
Despair and die. Is this Richard the Third or one of the Henrys? Richard the Third.
Henry VI. Fittingly, a third Roman in this play complains, I took this for silver while looting. This play's titled general is dissuaded by his mother Volumina from sacking Rome.
General? Wait, sacking Rome?
Answer.
Timon of Athens.
Coriolanus, 10 points. Toss of 8. A story by this author wonders when the title character's voice will die out and asks how gathering can take place in utter silence. In another story by this author, a character tries to find the source of a whistling sound and collects flesh in a room called Castle Keep. In a story by this author, the title Mouse Person claims that her artistic inclination should get her out of work. After being buried with the dirty straw from his cage, the title character is replaced by a panther in...
Kafka.
Sorry, what was your answer?
Kafka?
Yes.
That's probably...
Bonus. Attacks on priests during this conflict were recounted by Father Fidel Blandon Barrow's book, What Heaven Doesn't Forgive. For 10 points each, name this decade-long countryside civil war sparked by the assassination of Liberal President candidate Jorge Eliezer Gaitan.
La Violencia.
La Violencia?
Yes. La Violencia began in the wake of 10-hour-long mass riots protesting Gaitan's death, called this city Azo. This is the capital of Colombia.
Bogota.
This person claimed a revolution may be brewing while witnessing Bogota during La Violencia. Before his execution, this man shouted, "Shoot, coward, you are only going to kill a man."
Oh.
Did Che get executed too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Che.
30.
Oh, he did.
Toss up 9.
Nice.
In 2026, Lisa Davidson made her much-awaited debut in this role, who ends the opera as she sinks gently as if transfigured onto her lover's dead body as the...
Tristan und Isolde.
Yeah, I can accept that.
Damn,
That-
that's crazy.
Isolde specifically, but...
Were you
it
there when I
goes.
played it in the room yesterday?
20, yes, yes.
Water.
Were you there
Bonus.
when I played it in the room
This figure separates his daughter Ji Nu from a cowherd she loves by placing them on opposite ends of the Milky Way. For 10 points each, name this figure who asked a mountain god to trap 4 dragons that became rivers. The rat won the Chinese zodiac race organized by this figure.
So the Jade Emperor.
Yes. Ji Nu performed this activity with clouds for the Jade Emperor. Arachne was turned into a spider after a competition in this activity with Athena. Yes. The Lovers' Festival of Qi celebrates Ji Nu and her lover being reunited by these animals. These animals' luck-bringing roles in East Asian culture includes bringing Korean children new teeth.
Sparrows.
No, I have magpies. 20.
Could you have accepted birds? Or...
Good prompt on that. I needed magpies. Toss up 10. In this city in the 19th century, islands with names meaning painter, bath, and rabbits were connected to create a mile-long park on its Margate Island. The city's rich thermal bathing tradition includes the Roman-era Thermae Maoris and the Art Nouveau Gellert thermal bath.
What? York.
No. In 1987, UNESCO designated Andrassy Avenue in the city a World Heritage Site. This city's citadella to the south of Castle Hill was built in the 19th century by the Austrians and is today used for fireworks to celebrate St. Stephen's Day. The completion of the Chain Bridge in 1849 led to the consolidation of 2 separate cities that now constitute this capital on the Danube. For 9 points, it was capital of Hungary.
Budapest.
Yes.
Okay, sensitive thermal bath.
What are we at? 180, and we have 140.
Bonus, Dudley Hirschbach and Yuan Li received the 1986 Nobel Prize for developing a technique that uses crossed examples of these phenomenon to study chemical reactions for 10 points each. Name these collimated phenomenon which are condensed into layers that have well-defined orientations with respect to a substrate and one form of thin film deposition.
Strata.
Answer?
Strata.
No, these are molecular beams. MBE deposits thin films of these materials on a substrate. These materials display long-range order and contain a repeating lattice structure.
Crystals.
Yes, MBE is used to produce one type of these devices, which have a source, gate, and drain terminal. In 1947, Shockley, Brattain, and Bardeen developed the first one of these devices at Bell Labs.
Diode.
No, it's a transistor. 10 points.
Okay.
That's the half. I have a close game. Straight Jazz would be 160. Livingston A 180.
I was considering
Every group
going
already
for
marked
20 on that
it.
shot, the Budapest toss-up after the German fast, but we figured I got just a bit too much.
I was history. Or two and chance. So two left.
Yeah. So two
Yeah, Budapest.
Hi, audience.
We got two with it. We got Nick. We got
Hello.
All right. Is everyone ready?
Let's kind of easy group. Like it's fun. Like I know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go with toss up 11. These objects name a realm whose chirping swans annoyed the giantess Scotty into leaving. The giantess Hyrokin was summoned to move one of these objects named for a circle in its design for an event that involved the immolation of Nana in
Ship.
Power.
Nice. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
The Rock Bottom Remainders, a music group consisting of authors, claim to play music about as well as Metallica writes novels. Name some of their members for 10 points each. This honorary member of the Rock Bottom Remainders wrote I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings.
Angela.
The band's guitarist, Stephen King, took the title of his series, The Dark Tower, from a poem by this author, who published The Pied Piper of Hamelin and Porphyria's Lover in dramatic lyrics.
And who's up? It's not Byron.
Answer.
Sure. Byron.
Robert Browning. This saxophonist of the Rock Bottom Remainders wrote about a minister shooting a drug dealer in Deacon King Kong and fictionalized John Brown's raid in The Good Lord Bird.
Smith.
James McBride, 10 points.
Sorry.
Toss of 12. In 2004, a leader of this country's missing persons NGO, Contra S, was poisoned on a flight. A Vincent Bevins book titled For a CIA-Backed Method Used in this country's capital documented a coup long commemorated with a violent 3-hour film broadcast each September 30th.
Romania.
No.
Indonesia.
Power.
Nice.
Bonus, after 2 large guns exploded, the commander of this ship lashed its wrecked hull to his opponent's ship in one battle. For 10 points each, name this ship, originally a French merchantman known as the Duc de Dora. This ship sank after defeating the HMS Serapis during the Battle of Flamborough Head.
Any ship in British history.
Answer.
Dreadnought.
It's the USS Bonhomme Richard. The captain of the Bonhomme Richard served as rear admiral in the Russian Navy. Sorry, this captain did that before an assault scandal. This man yelled, I have not yet begun to fight, when the captain of the Serapis asked him to surrender.
Is it the John guy?
John Paul.
Answer.
Jones.
Yes. The name Bonhomme Richard alludes to this founding father's Poor Richard's Almanac.
Franklin.
For 20 points. Toss up 13.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right. These activities contribute to the civilizing process, according to Eric Dunning and Norbert Elias's book, Quest for Excitement. Franz Boas opposed a 1904 event of these activities called Anthropology Days. An autobiographical history of one of these activities in the West Indies comprises Beyond a Boundary by C.L.R. James. The Choctaws' use of one of these activities to resolve conflict led to its name Little Brother of War. A police raid on one of these activities broke up a crowd that included an anthropologist who used...
Like cockfighting rings?
Yeah, I can take that. For sports. That's 10. Bonus. This author was known as the Bun to Blanche Ulrichs, whom she called Sir Baby, for 10 points each. Name this author whose landmark 1947 book was blacklisted for being unbearably sentimental by influential librarian Anne Carroll Moore. Amy Gary's biography of this author is titled In the Great Green Room, a line from her best-known book.
Her? Stowe.
This is Margaret Wise Brown. This classic bedtime book by Margaret Wise Brown features a cow jumping over the title celestial object.
What?
Moon. Moon.
Moon.
Goodnight Moon. Like Goodnight Moon, this author's The World is Round was illustrated by Clement Hurd. The MoMA owns Pablo Picasso's 1905 portrait of this modernist author who hosted a prominent Paris salon.
Stein.
Yes, for 10.
Dude, what is Kidlet?
Goodnight
Moon.
What is that?
You think I read books as a child?
Toss up 14. A lost play adaptation of Uncle Tom's Cabin began this country's genre of spoken drama, which includes a play in which a young man who wants yogurt is slapped by a carpenter. In a novel from this country, the narrator encounters a frog with one eye blinking and states, "I know this is God." In an absurdist play from this country, a decade passes as characters like Hothead and Glasses debate whether to wait at the title bus stop. In
China.
it's right for 10.
I don't. It's the Buster.
Bonus, the 1849 premiere of Louis Ferenc's E-flat major chamber work for This Many Musicians features a teenage Joseph Joachim for 10 points each. Name this number. A curse on this number reflects composers like Beethoven, who died after writing this many symphonies.
9.
Yes. Ferenc's nonette was so successful that she was able to negotiate a salary equal to her male colleagues for her job at this institution. Composition students at this institution sought the Prix de Rome.
Prix de Rome. What's an Italian music school?
Answer.
Italian music school.
It's a Paris conservatoire. At the conservatoire, Ferenc took private composition lessons with Antoine Raiha, who wrote 24 pieces in this genre. Despite its name, this chamber genre features a French horn.
What? You want me to guess?
Yeah.
Wind Symphony.
No, a wind quintet. 10 points.
Score check.
Sure. So we are going to toss up 15. It is currently 190 for Strake Jesuit B and 260 for Livingston A.
Good to know. Thank you, sir.
All right, toss 15. Norio Miyaura developed a method of adding this element to a halide that is often telescoped into a cross-coupling reaction. Compounds of this element can add to vicinal diols like panicol to form reagents that undergo anti-Makarnikov additions to alkenes.
Boron.
That's power.
Good
Nice.
job.
There's a go.
Bonus, a Martha Nussbaum paper titled For This Action argues that it is sometimes positive despite its connotation. For 10 points each, name this treatment of another person as a thing, such as when men treat women as sexual
Objectification.
commodities.
Objectification.
Yes. This 1923 book divides experience into worldly relationships with objects and spiritual relationships with subjects. Hasidic Judaism influenced the this magnum opus of Martin Buber.
I thought they were going to say Heidegger.
Answer.
Being and time.
I and thou. This philosopher inspired Graham Harman's object-oriented ontology, which holds that objects exist independent of human perception. A 1929 book by this German philosopher uses the example of a hammer to illustrate readiness to hand.
Heidegger.
That's right for 20.
Next. 30 points behind.
Toss up 16. An artist from this country depicted 6 men clinging onto a cross-shaped mast in the ninth wave. One of his many
Russia.
power.
Yes! It was in my lock screen for a while.
I knew this was coming.
Bonus. Some POWs in this conflict took to tattooing the flag of their captor country on their torsos to prove their anti-communist bona fides. For 10 points each, name this conflict where the Battle of Pork Chop Hill was fought.
Russia. Pork Chop Hill.
Answer.
Something.
Second time.
It's the Korean War. Some pro-communist POWs in the Korean War took Francis Dodd hostage to draw attention to their rights of mandatory repatriation under these humanitarian conventions, whose 4th version was negotiated in a Swiss city in 1949.
Geneva.
Yes, a black POW with this surname moved to China to escape American racism during the Korean War. The photo Saigon execution was taken by a photojournalist with this surname.
No answer.
It was Adams, 10
I was
points.
gonna guess. Don't give no answer.
Toss up 17. For a particle passing around one of these devices, the term charge times magnetic flux over h bar describes the Berry phase of its wave function. A mass of one of these devices names the CMS experiment. Gauss's law implies that the B field is a type of vector field named for these devices since its divergence is 0. A toroidal and poloidal field surrounds a central one of these devices to confine plasmas in tokamaks. Ampere...
Taurus.
No. Ampere's law can be used to show that the magnetic field inside these devices equals mu naught times n times I, where n is the number of turns per unit length, and ideally the magnetic field is 0 outside these devices. For 10 points, name these magnets made from helical coils of wire.
Solenoid.
That's right. Bonus. Breitenbach co-founded the Sestigers, a movement of authors that primarily wrote in this language. For 10 points each, name this language. In a novel in this language, Ben decides to help the janitor Gordon investigate the death of his son Jonathan at the hands of the security police.
Afrikaans.
That's right. The Afrikaner activist Bram Fischer was fictionalized in this South African author's novel Burger's Daughter. This author also read July's People. Yes. In another apartheid-era novel, this character is addressed as colored male at a hospital. This character endures in his journey to return his mother to Port Albert, even after she dies, in a novel titled For His Life and Times. Prompt. Yes. 30 points. Toss up 18. A suggestion to avoid launching a frontal assault on this case was ignored by Charles Fried during arguments on the Thornburg case. J. Floyd was mocked for delivering the worst joke in legal history during this case. This case's essential holding was upheld under stare decisis by a 3-justice plurality opinion. Byron White's dissent denounced this case as an exercise of raw judicial power for further extending Griswold v. Connecticut's penumbra rights.
Roe v. Wade.
10.
Nice.
No, nice.
Good job.
Oh, good buzz.
Good job. I got scared when I lost 3.
Bonus. An elbow graph is used to find a namesake hyperparameter for this algorithm. For 10 points each, name this algorithm that groups data by iteratively computing centroids and then computing the Euclidean distance between the centroids and each data point.
What's the name?
I don't know.
Algorithms.
K. It's like
Answer.
K-means.
That's right. One method of coding categorical variables for k-means clustering is to use one-hot encoding to turn it into dummy variables, which are described by this adjective. This adjective names the base 2 numbering system used by computers.
Binary.
One-hot encoding categorical variables for k-means clustering is suboptimal because this quantity becomes too big. For a vector space, this quantity is given by the cardinality of a basis set.
It's just dimension, I think.
Okay, dimension.
30.
Yo, K means clustering, bro. What the?
Toss up 19. In one essay, this author wrote, "We have just enough religion to make us hate, but not enough to make us love one another." This author, who insisted on John Partridge's death as a prank, wrote that a true genius can be known by the sign that the dunces are all in confederacy against him. This author, who used the alias Isaac Bickerstaff, wrote an essay citing the Formosan Salamanzor.
Swift.
Power.
No, nice.
That's just eating children.
Yeah.
Bonus. The Palo tradition makes use of some of these objects referred to as enfube in the creation of Nagana vessels. For 10 points each, name these objects controversially used to decorate multiple Catholic churches in Europe, including the Otranto Cathedral and a church located beneath Sedlik Abbey in Czechia.
Do you want to discuss gargoyles since it's like
Go
vaguely
ahead,
Czech?
sure.
Gargoyles?
Bones. Palo and Santeria developed among Afro-Cuban populations following synchronization of beliefs in these beings with Catholic saints. Aludamare is worshipped as the chief of these spirits.
Orisha?
Yes. In Palo and Santeria, health spirits like Babalu Ai are syncretized with this Catholic saint. This saint from Bethany was raised from the dead by Jesus.
Lazarus?
That's right, for 20.
Right, more.
Last toss-up. A piece in this genre suddenly lands on a low B-flat minor chord after a 3-minute ascent of the keyboard that reaches sextuple forte. Irrational ratios like e to the pi define... That is right for power.
Yes.
Or, no. Sorry, you said prelude?
Yes.
Sorry, I was incorrect. You were incorrect. And that was Calvin? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so continuing, define several tempo canons in a set of 49 works in this genre for player piano by Conan Nancaro. A collection of pieces in this genre by Ligeti includes a toccata named The Devil's Staircase, 6 dances in Bulgarian rhythm, and a set of 153 pieces in this genre from Bartok's Microcosmos, which get progressively harder. Faux Follet and Mazeppa are 2 works in this genre from Franz Liszt's collection of transcendental ones. For 9 points, name this genre of pieces that teach technique.
Etudes.
Yes, sorry, I was scanning the word and I saw it ended in oods, and I'm like, oh, you got it. But I need to read the whole one. Okay, so bonus Though tough to quantify consistently, the strength of these substances is often expressed using the Gutman-Beckett method. For 10 points each, what substances catalyze the addition of organic halides to a ring in Friedel-Crafts reactions?
Catalyze the Friedel-Crafts.
Some sort of catalyst.
Answer.
Ziegler not a catalyst.
These are Lewis acids. The Gutman-Beckett method for expressing Lewis acidity uses a form of NMR based on this element's isotope 31. Coca-Cola contains a small amount of a weak acid named for this element, whose red allotrope is used in matches.
Phosphorus.
Yes, quantifying the strength of Bronsted-Lowry acids is easier because they can be described by this value equal to the negative base 10 logarithm of the dissociation constant.
Negative based on logarithm.
Is it
PK.
PK or K?
PKA.
Yes, for 20, and that is the end of the game. Final score is Strake Jesuit 260, Livingston a 410.
Holy shit.
Thank you, moderator.
Alrighty, y'all. Let's get going here. Let's go ahead and start off with a buzzer check. Starting over here with Northview. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Saratoga. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. This is round 13 of PACE 2020 or PACE NSC 2026 between Northview on my left and Saratoga on my right. My name's Ethan Ashbrook. I'll be the moderator today.
I'm Mike Bentley, the scorekeeper.
All right. With that, are there any
Round sponsor as well.
We do. Thank you for reminding me. This round comes with the following sponsorship message. Poomersh Industries would like to give another hearty welcome to all of the visitors to our hometown of Rosemont. This round is dedicated to our partners at Visit College Park. From fishing or bird watching at Lake Artemisia to watching planes take off at the College Park Airport, there's just so much to see and do in College Park, Maryland. Consider College Park when planning your next vacation. All right. With that, are there any questions or concerns before we get started here?
The state city of College Park.
All right. Best of luck to both teams. Here is toss-up 1. An artist's sketch based on one of these works by Jerry Grandinetti removes a ruptured air hose. These works inspire depictions of red paint in the Brushstrokes series. A painting of disappointed red-haired woman taking a phone call was inspired by one of these works titled Secret Hearts. Different styles of these works are placed in the big triangle in the book Understanding of These.
Comics.
For power. Your bonus. In 2001, the E821 experiment at Brookhaven detected a 3.5 standard deviation anomaly in this particle's G factor. For 10 points each, name the second generation leptons, which are more than 200 times heavier than electrons.
Muons, right? Muons.
Yep. When muons were discovered in 1936, they were erroneously believed to mediate the residual strong force, which follows this potential. This screened Coulomb potential is proportional to the negative exponential of alpha times m times r. That's right. Muons have been theorized to be a catalyst for cold fusion by producing an exotic form of this atom. This neutral atom contains 1 proton and 1 electron. That's 30.
Good job.
Toss-up 2. Cells unable to remove this compound due to defects in selenoproteins like GPX4 will undergo ferroptosis from accumulation of damaged phospholipids. This compound reacts with chloride to form acid during the respiratory.
Hydrogen peroxide.
For power.
Nice. That's amazing.
Your bonus. Mark Zuckerberg has made his employees chant this phrase because he admires its entrepreneurial journey. For 10 points each, name this phrase inspired by his censor's 152 BCE visit to assess a conflict between one people and King Massinissa.
Okay, yes, sir.
Veni Vidi Vici.
No, this is Carthage must be destroyed, or Carthago delenda est. Zuckerberg once adopted the hairstyle of this Roman emperor. In between stops at Rome's McDonald's, Zuckerberg likely visited the Arapakis, honoring this first Roman emperor while on his honeymoon.
Augustus.
Zuckerberg may have named a daughter after the Western emperor Magnus Maximus, who was defeated at the Battle of Poetovio by this more successful emperor. This emperor, the last to rule a united Roman Empire, convened the First Council of Constantinople.
I thought it was like Diocletian or something. This unified Roman Empire.
Answer?
Diocletian.
This is Theodosius the First, or the Great.
It's okay. It's okay.
For 10.
Come on, let's go. You're fine.
Toss-up 3. A character in this play makes fun of his sister and her friend for liking books that make them cry. 2 men yell, "Damn your pig," and...
Raisin in the Sun.
No, sorry. Keep going. And "Damn your prune sauce," while rejecting a list of foods in this play. A character who sings "Toraddle, toraddle, to roll" and instructs a carriage to be driven around in circles and fall into the horse pond steals a box of jewels from his mother in this play. Hastings wants to elope with Constance Neville in this play. Tony Lumpkin tricks a man into believing that a home is the Three Pigeons alehouse in this play, where Charles Marlowe is only shy in front of women of his own class. For 10 points, name this play by Oliver Goldsmith in which Kate Hardcastle dresses as a barmaid to woo a husband.
Vicar of Wakefield.
This is She Stoops to Conquer. So that goes dead. We will go on to toss-up 4. British MP Thomas Duncombe exposed an 1844 scandal where a man of this ethnicity had his mail opened by Home Secretary James Graham. A British company named for a man of this ethnicity manufactured the first diode vacuum tube. In 1919, a shock trooper and poet of this ethnicity who felt betrayed by British and French diplomats invaded modern-day Rijeka in Croatia. British historian G.M. Trevelyan wrote a biography of a patriot of this ethnicity whose exploits in Brazil's Ragamuffin War led to the...
Italian?
That's right, for 10. Your bonus. In the majority opinion of this 1948 case, Fred Vinson cited Ex parte Virginia to show that the Equal Protection Clause applied to all branches of government. For 10 points each, name this case in which the Supreme Court ruled that a restrictive covenant preventing a black family from moving into a whites-only neighborhood in St. Louis was unconstitutional. This is Shelley v. Kramer. This man argued for the petitioner in Shelley v. Kramer as head of the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund. He was appointed as the first black Supreme Court justice.
Marshall.
Restrictive covenants were used alongside this practice in urban areas in which banks would deny credit to risky neighborhoods.
Redlining.
That's 20.
Let's go. Come on.
Toss-up 5. A Thomas Nagel paper claims that all arguments in favor of this essay's thesis are inadequate, but still fundamentally correct. Building on Kierkegaard's theory that we are alienated from God, this essay defines one concept as sin without God. This essay describes 3 archetypes of people who live without appeal: the actor, the conqueror, and Don Juan. This essay claims that metaphysical questions are games next to the one truly serious philosophical problem, that of suicide. This essay...
Myth of Sisyphus.
For 10.
It's
Your bonus. In one work, this poet wrote, "Let it not be like hogs hunted and penned in an inglorious spot." For 10 points each, name this poet, who ended one sonnet, "Like men will face the murderous cowardly pack, pressed to the wall, dying but fighting back."
Whittier.
This is Claude McKay, author of If We Must Die. McKay wrote, "Hungry for the old familiar ways, I turned aside and bowed my head and wept," in a poem named The Tropics and This City. Nella Larsen's passing is set in this city's neighborhood of Harlem.
New York City.
Claude McKay was born in this country. Marlon James's A Brief History of Seven
Jamaica.
Killing... Sorry?
Jamaica.
Yes, for 20.
Come on.
Toss-up 6. In a story by this author, a heavenly light fills a room after a speech given by General Lowenhelm. In another story by this author, the valet Casperson reveals that he killed...
Blixen.
Yes, for power. Your bonus. The basin formed by this river produces a flying river that disperses water throughout much of its continent. For 10 points each, name this South American river. The city of Manaus is at the confluence of the Rio Negro and this second longest river in the world.
Amazon.
Deforestation to grow this cash crop threatens the Amazon's flying rivers. In 2025, Brazil exported a record 108 million tons of this crop, largely to China, following a tariff war with the U.S.
I don't know. Maybe rubber. Let's go rubber.
It's soybeans. These creatures, a portent of death in Brazil, lend their name to the grileiros who clear-cut the Amazon. Dolbear's law allows you to calculate the temperature from the stridulation of these creatures.
Oh, it's like what's the cricket? Crickets like chirping, right?
Okay, sure.
Crickets.
Yes,
That's
for
so
20. Toss-up 7. Alan Aspect's team changed this property of 2 detectors at the last second to close the locality loophole in an experiment that violated the CH-SH inequality. Encoding states using this property is more compact than using time or frequency bins and yields qubits described by the Poincare sphere. S0 through S3 are parameters found in Stokes vectors which characterize this property.
Symmetry.
No, sorry. This property. Intensity is proportional to cosine squared theta, as this property is rotated by Malice's law. Cube beam splitters are used by refrigerants to separate light based on different values of this property. For 10 points, name this property of a light wave that can describe its oscillation as either horizontal or vertical.
Polarization.
That's right.
Okay, nice.
Your bonus. The Anishinaabe tribe originated an idea of this many fires delivered by 8 prophets across this many time periods. For 10 points each. How many Napaljari sisters are chased by Jukura in an Aboriginal myth? In an analogous Greek story, this many daughters of Atlas form the Pleiades.
It's 7, because 7 stars. 7.
That's right. The Wabalog sisters do this action in their hut to protect themselves from the rainbow serpent. Performing this action correctly allows a person to follow the path created by an ancestor.
Wait. I think it's childbirth.
Answer?
Childbirth.
It's singing to follow the song lines.
Oh.
The stories of the Wawalak sisters and the Jangawul sisters using digging sticks to make plants occur during this time period alongside the creation of song lines.
The dream time.
That's right, for 20.
Song. That makes sense. Okay.
Toss-up 8. John Perkins Cushing opened up an old trade in this good. Fur magnet John Jacob Astor specialized in low-grade Turkish examples of this product, a rival to the...
Opium.
For power.
So we're not doing that.
Your bonus. A mandala named for these objects is paired with the womb mandala in East Asian esoteric Buddhism. For 10 points each, a text named for what objects ends by comparing ultimate reality to a dewdrop, bubble, and passing shadow.
Lotuses.
These are diamonds. Vajrayana Buddhism includes this region's namesake form of Buddhism, which is led by the Dalai Lama.
Tibet.
Yes. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Vajra is paired with one of these objects, which represents wisdom. Japanese Buddhist temples house large instances of these objects called Bansho.
A tree.
Answer? These are bells. For 10. Toss up 9. Note to players. Original language term required. The Akilam describes one of these things still believed by the Ayavaji sect that ended with a god being sliced into 6 pieces. A set of these things, whose names come from the throws of ancient 4-sided dice, are sometimes visualized as a bull walking on different numbers of legs. The beginning and acceleration of the decline of the Dharma
Like yugas?
for power.
It's like the Hindu periods of time. That's a myth or religion, I don't know.
Your bonus. This phenomenon occurs when the Brunt-Weissela frequency is imaginary. For 10 points each, name this phenomenon that occurs in an envelope surrounding the sun's radiative zone. This phenomenon transfers energy via bulk motion of a fluid.
Convection.
Yes. A scientist from this family found that convection occurs if a star's temperature gradient is greater than negative little g over heat capacity. His father names a radius that gives the distance from a black hole's center to its event horizon.
I think it's short cell.
Yes. To explain the observed shape of the red giant branch, this scientist developed a model of convective stellar interiors, which predicts that low-mass protostars travel vertically downward on the HR diagram.
Like, I have no idea. Hayashi.
That's right, for 30.
Blue bond.
Great. Here's toss up 10. Now goes with the half. This state received the most federal funds from a Biden-era lead abatement program, despite having very few lead pipes. An Oscar-nominated documentary used found footage from this state to explore Susan Lawrence's fatal shooting of Akije Owens, her black neighbor. 2026 redistricting in this state eliminated the district of the DNC chair for the 2016 election.
Oh, that was Florida.
For power. Your bonus. In the Biographia Literaria, this idea is contrasted with William Wordsworth's goal of awakening the mind's attention to the lethargy of custom. For 10 points each, give this 3-word term describing how readers temporarily accept fantastical literary elements.
Suspension of disbelief. Suspension of disbelief.
Yes. The term suspension of disbelief was coined by this co-author of the lyrical ballads, who included fantastical elements like the nightmare life and death in his poem The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Coleridge claimed his view of poetic faith influenced this poem that describes a sight to dream of, not to tell, as the vampiric Geraldine reveals a mysterious mark on her breast.
Aeolian harp.
This is Christabel for 20. All right, with that, I have a halftime score of 200 for Northview, 130 for Saratoga.
No, I have 3.
Okay. Is the reading speed and cadence and everything okay for everybody?
Let's get
Alrighty.
5.
Both teams ready to keep going? Okay. Here is toss-up 11. In a 1974 paper titled For These Assets, Robert Barrow used an overlapping generations finite lives model to argue that they aren't net wealth. These assets correspond to the 30 and the 70-30 strategy. European markets commonly value these assets by their dirty price, while Americans use their clean price. People holding these assets can receive a regular payment from their
Like mortgages?
No. Sorry. From their issuer, known as a coupon. A leading recession indicator is when short-term examples of these assets have a higher return than long-term ones, forming an inverted yield curve. These fixed-income securities involve individual investors lending their money. For 10 points, the U.S. government issues what securities that are less risky than stocks?
Bonds.
That's right.
Yeah.
Your bonus. Sungazer's album Against the Fall of Night includes a gent-influenced song in this dance's Paidushko variant. For 10 points each, name this Balkan circle dance. At some Jewish weddings, the bride and groom are lifted in chairs while their families dance this dance.
Orzhenkas?
This is the horo or hora. A player of this instrument, Ivo Papasov, wrote songs like Ivailovsko Horo for his Bulgarian wedding band. In klezmer, the melody is typically played by this single reed woodwind pitched in B-flat.
Clarinet, probably. Yeah.
Clarinet.
Yep. The horo is also popular among this ethnic group, whose members include the jazz guitarist Django Reinhardt. This group influenced the development of flamenco.
Spanish?
Yeah, okay.
Spanish?
This is the Roma for 10.
Roma. Okay, I see. It's okay, it's okay.
It's fine.
Toss up 12. In an essay set in this state, mimes in blackface try to pick a fight with a black man by telling him Chuck Berry's music was stolen. Eve Babbitt's Slow Days Fast Company is subtitled for a city in this state, where an essay describing missing children like Jeff, Debbie, and Deadeye. The 5-year-old Susan is given
California.
just out of power.
Gideon. It's okay.
What's up?
Is it actually?
I was about to, I just said peyote, or the first part of it. Your bonus. This woman hailed sorry, one sec. This woman hailed the work of movie censor Joseph Breen in her first radio broadcast. For 10 points each, name this woman a close friend of AP reporter Lorena Hickok, whose nationally syndicated newspaper column, My Day, ran from 1935 to 1962.
Wait, I think it's like that Trump girl, like Edie something.
Answer.
Hayes.
This is Eleanor Roosevelt. Speeches from this other government official were included in the pulp magazine G-Men. A 2011 biopic explored this longtime FBI director's romantic relationship with Clyde Tolson.
J. Edgar Hoover.
Martin Luther King Jr. took a job as an agony uncle for Ebony after connecting with a fellow graduate of this largest men's liberal arts college in the U.S., located in the same city as Spelman College. Answer. This is Morehouse for 10. Toss up 13. William Frasinito noted that this artist's employee had reused the same scene to indicate two different subjects based on the placement of a diamond badge. This user of What Is It Wagons portrayed a hatted man leaning against a tree in front of a tent in one work. This artist of Broadway directed Alexander Gardner and Timothy O'Sullivan for the project A Harvest of Death. Harper's Weekly made full-page woodcuts of a portrait by this artist that served as a reference for the $5 bill. This student of Samuel Morse exhibited daguerreotypes of corpse-filled fields in The Dead of Antietam. For 10 points, name this portraitist of Lincoln and photojournalist of the Civil War.
Reynolds.
Incorrect.
Steichen?
This is Matthew Brady.
It's okay. Let's get number 3, my dead.
So that goes dead. We'll move on to toss-up 14. In water, the species transition through a quasi-free wet state before temporarily occupying a hydrated shell. Bombarding crystals with NaCl with radiation changes their color by creating defects occupied by these species, known as F centers. The Birch reduction reduces an aromatic ring using a blue solution of alkali
Electrons.
for power.
Nice. It's okay. Goodbye.
Your bonus. Robert Sternberg developed models of this emotion named for Charles Spearman, Godfrey Thompson, and Louis Leon Thurstone before his triangular theory of it. For 10 points each, name this emotion. John Allen Lee created a color wheel of this emotion that includes ludus and storge.
Love. I don't know. That's not an emotion. Like happiness.
This is love. Above safety and below esteem, love and belonging comprise the third level of this psychologist's hierarchy of needs.
Maslow.
While Jung believed the counterpart of Eros was logos, Sigmund Freud posited that Eros is opposed by this drive in Beyond the Pleasure Principle.
Id, maybe?
Answer?
Id?
This is the death drive, or Thanatos, for 10. Toss up 15. This author reimagined the concept of a body count in a novel in which one of the protagonists uses Google to reminisce about her past relationship with Darnell. In a novel by this author, the protagonist develops a crush on Father Amati, who
Adichie.
for power.
Completely guessed that.
Your bonus. Note to players, description acceptable. In the opening of one novel, a character reveals she has this quality after giving her name as Salmon like the fish. For 10 points each, describe this quality possessed by Susie, the narrator of Alice Sebold's The Lovely Bones. Machado de Assis wrote a novel framed as the memoirs of a man with this quality, Bras Cubas.
Like, dead?
Yes. The spirits of dead characters narrate a George Saunders novel about this U.S. president in the Bardo, set before his own death at Ford's Theater.
Lincoln.
Yes. This Ottoman miniaturist narrates part of Orhan Pamuk's My Name is Red from Beyond the Grave, beginning with its opening chapter, I Am a Corpse.
Effendi.
Prompt.
Elegant.
For 30. Toss up 16. An anonymous U.S. Marine took a photograph in this country showing a rebel leader tied to a door while wearing only a loincloth. That leader, Charlemagne Perrault, led the Cacos in this country. 400 Polish legionnaires who
Haiti.
for power. Your bonus. Members of this ethnic group were forced into a desert after the Battle of Waterberg. For 10 points each, name this ethnic group targeted by a 1904 annihilation order. Along with the Nama, members of this South African ethnic group were murdered at a concentration camp on Shark Island.
1904. Herero?
That's it. Despite opposing the annihilation order, this leader did not stop the ensuing Herero genocide. This Kaiser led Germany during World War I.
Wilhelm II?
Yep. German forces issued these objects to the Herero during the genocide. A 1952 act concerning these objects gave civil servants the authority to endorse out using signatures. Answer?
Checks.
These are passes, like in pass laws.
Oh,
For 20. Sure. Going into toss-up 17, I have 300 for Northview, 190 for Saratoga.
AFA, Psi, Hist, Myth.
And here is toss-up 17. Philadelphia's Baroque Orchestra is named after one of this composer's Opus 10 flute concerti in F major, whose opening ascending scales evoke the title Weather. This composer's Opus 3 is a set of concerti that feature 1, 2, or 4 violin soloists. This composer wrote a set of 6 flute concerti that includes ones named The Goldfinch and The Storm at Sea. Rapid 16th notes begin the presto movement of it.
Vivaldi.
That's for 10.
Nice.
It's okay, it's okay. We just need one more.
Right, your bonus. The librettist Pietro Metastasio wrote the text for many arias in this musical form. For 10 points each, name this ABA structure common in arias from opera seria. Christoph Willibald Gluck abandoned this type of aria in part of his efforts to reform opera. Answer?
Contraposto.
This is da capo aria. In the repeat of the A section of a da capo aria, the singer traditionally composes ornamentation in this manner to embellish the melody. This action is when a musician spontaneously composes music as they play.
Improvisation.
That's right. This Baroque composer wrote the da capo aria Va tacito e nascosto for his opera Giulio Cesare. This composer's aria, Ombra mai fu, is also known as his Largo from Xerxes. For 20.
Let's go.
Nice.
One more.
Toss-up 18. This man lobbied William Randolph Hearst to fund a silent film series that imagines Japanese spies taking over New York City and himself financed a raid on Columbus. Hearst's newspapers questioned the veracity of a document written by this man, which was confirmed in Senate testimony given by Robert Lansing. This man's predecessor, Gottlieb van Jagow, resigned over the end of the Sussex Pledge and began the beginning of unrestricted submarine warfare. Admiral Reginald Hall oversaw workers at Room 40 who decoded a document written by this
Zimmerman.
for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. Studies of these types of systems in epidemiology often use a bell pepper virus called PMMV as a control. For 10 points each, the spread of COVID-19 in communities was widely tracked using measurements from what infrastructure systems, such as PCR tests performed by the startup BioBot.
Infrastructure systems. Sewers.
Yes. PMMV was also used as a control in tracking this disease, whose symptoms include acute flaccid paralysis. Its first vaccine was developed by Jonas Salk.
Polio.
Yes. Wastewater epidemiology has also been used to monitor antimicrobial resistance, such as the 242,000 annual U.S. cases of infections from this genus of gram-negative bacteria, the most common cause of dysentery.
Vibrio.
This is Shigella.
Oh.
For 20.
Let's go. Come on. Science.
Toss-up 19. A form of this task proposed by Thomas J. McCabe involves finding linearly independent paths in a control flow graph. Fuzzers used for this task may be black box or white box, depending on the desired level of coverage. Kent Beck claimed to have rediscovered a methodology that is driven by this task, which often involves refactoring. Mocks and stubs are used to simulate the behavior of dependencies in the...
Debugging.
Give me one sec. Yeah, prompt.
Like programming.
I'm gonna say no.
It's okay.
Keep going. In the unit form of this task, suites for this task often include assert and expect statements about the outputs of methods. In the beta form of this task, users assist developers in finding bugs in pre-release software. For 10 points, name this task that assesses the behavior of software programs.
Testing.
That's what I need.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Who gave that answer? I think that was confirmed. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. I think the answers were given at the same time.
Yeah.
So that
Okay.
was
What
both.
is it? Okay.
I'd say I'm counting that as correct.
Okay.
I buzz, yeah.
I have Arjun as buzzing,
Yeah.
being awarded that. Okay. Bonus for Saratoga. Name the following about balls in French literature for 10 points each. Mathilde Loisel loses the title object of this Guy de Maupassant story after attending a ball hosted by the Minister of Education, but later learns it is an imitation.
The necklace.
Yes. This character thinks incessantly about a viscount after dancing with him at a ball. This character reunites with an old love during a performance of Lucia de Lammermoor.
Yeah, Madame Bovary.
Yep.
Nice.
Irene Nemirovsky's novella The Ball is usually published alongside a novella titled For This Phenomenon. This phenomenon is invoked at the end of each stanza of The Ballad of the Dead Ladies.
Thunder.
This is Snow for
Can we
20.
do a score check?
Yes. Going into the last toss-up, it is 300 Northview, 280 Saratoga.
All right.
Let's go. Come on.
That, here's toss-up 20. Heracles punished the Cercopes for taking up this occupation by tying them to a pole and carrying them upside down. A man with this occupation was killed via his own punishment of tying people between two bent pine trees that snap back upwards. A part
Like a thief.
for power.
How about Procrustes? Nice.
No, it's not. It's like signers.
Oh, you're true. That's
Your
tough.
bonus.
Good job.
Raymond V.
Amazing.
Damadian was controversially not included in the 2003 Nobel Prize in Medicine awarded for this applied technique. For 10 points each, name this technique that uses powerful magnets to image the human body. Its functional variant is often used on the brain.
MRA.
Like in NMR spectroscopy, MRI uses a pulse in this region of the spectrum to cause spin polarization of nuclei, typically by matching the rate of the nuclei Larmor precession.
What was the indicator?
This region.
Answer?
Infrared.
This is the radio region. MRI can produce image contrast by measuring the time it takes for either the spin-spin or spin-lattice form of this process, in which nuclear orientations return to normal, to occur.
So I forgot. Wrong stuff. Rebound.
It's relaxation.
Oh, I had
That's 10 on the bonus. Final score is 330 Northview, 280 Saratoga.
So clutch.
Good game, y'all.
I know it's the Theseus thing. I just didn't know what it was. That's amazing. Good game.
Bro, it's like
Always.
All right. Can we get the one sign?
if you put your like arms under the table, it's more
That's
a
too
little
easy.
bit.
Okay, I think we can
Rope,
get ready
rope,
to
something
start
to
this
leave.
round. We are on round 14 of the 2026 PACE NSC. This particular round is sponsored by the alumni of Fisher Catholic Quizbowl. Thank them for sponsoring. We have here on my left Strake Jesuit B and Baton Rouge Magnet on the right. If you all want to buzz in and say your name.
Logan. Calvin.
Luke.
Alex.
Foster shouting out Vidya.
Chris shouting out Mr. Peak.
Rishabh shouting out Elizabeth Zhu.
All
Great.
names.
We're collectively shouting out
No,
all the
no,
coaches.
Oh wait, what's
Yeah.
And my name is Michael Bentley. I am your moderator, and we have scorekeeping.
I'm Ethan Ashbrook. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Is everyone ready to go?
Let's go.
Yep.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right, let me find a position where I hopefully do not spill this again.
If we
Toss
don't,
up
we're
one.
aggressive.
Musicians like Black Coffee blend house music with an electronic genre from this country based around synthesized log drums. The Mahotella Queens are a vocal group from this country who collaborated with a low-voice singer known as a groaner. A singer from this country popularized a song that claims everybody starts to move as soon as Pata Pata starts to play. Paul Simon recorded Graceland with Lady Smith.
South Africa?
That's right for 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have that on CD.
Your pop music came up. There you go.
Bonus. A Huang Anian book about the limited historiography of Chinese railroad workers is titled For Silent Examples of These Objects for 10 points each. A golden example of what large nail was driven at Promontory Summit in 1869 to finish the Transcontinental Railroad.
Spike.
Okay,
Spike.
The Golden Spike was driven by this tycoon of the Central Pacific Railroad. A farm owned by this man became a school whose first class of students included Herbert Hoover.
Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt.
Stanford. The Chinese character for luck was on tools used in businesses offering this service that began with Wah Lee's in 1851. The case Yik Wo v. Hopkins concerned San Francisco's permit requirements for this service.
Transport. Immigration.
Answer.
Restaurants.
Laundry. So that's 10 on the bonus.
Okay, keep it going. Yeah.
Toss up. This thing arises from people acting as constrained maximizers, according to an 1986 book by David Gautier. A Charles Mill book argues that this thing upholds white supremacy. A book title for this thing begins by criticizing Hugo Grotius's defense of slavery. The creation of this thing marks the end of the original position and should be done behind a veil of ignorance, according...
Justice.
No. According to John Rawls's A Theory of Justice, a 1762 book titled for this thing claims that the sovereign's legislation expresses the general will, begins a man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains, and is by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. For by famous agreement in which people give up individual freedoms to join society.
The social contract.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
Is there a way, like, after the bonus, you could read the line so I could see if...
Sure, we'll go back to that. Okay, so we'll do the bonus first, though.
Yeah.
In an essay by this author, he admires the depth of a restaurant's lacquerware after deciding to eat by candlelight. For 10 points each, Dane is author of an essay which argues for the benefits of his home country's dim lighting over harsh Western-style lighting.
Who is this, bro?
Answer.
Pamuk.
Tanizaki. Tanizaki's essay in praise of shadows argues that dim lighting makes performances involving these objects feel more real than humans. Performers control these objects in Japanese bunraku theater.
Puppet.
Yes. Tanizaki cites this author's notion of physiological delight to argue that Western toilets are too well lit compared to Japanese ones. This Japanese author wrote Kokoro and I Am a Cat.
Okay, so Natsume Sasaki, right? Natsume Sasaki.
Yes, for 20. Okay, and then so you wanted to review the clue you buzzed on. It said, the creation of this thing marks the end of the original position and should be done behind a veil of ignorance, according to John Rawls's A Theory of Justice.
So that's not... Okay. We'll leave it.
All right, so we go on to toss-up 3. Algorithms that perform this task by adjusting the radius of truss regions handle noise better than the BFGS algorithm. An algorithm for this task called...
Optimization.
Yep.
Good buzz.
Good job.
Good stuff.
Oops.
Let's see it.
A Mukarib of this kingdom built the temple of Mahram Bilqis, which was dedicated to the moon god Al-Maka for 10 points each, famous kingdom in present-day Yemen, whose largest city was once Marib. This kingdom lends its name to a loosely defined group listed as people of the book alongside Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians.
Kingdom. Please close the book.
I feel dumb. It's not Kingdom.
It's fine.
Answer.
I'll wait.
Saba. Marib was the center of trade in this good used in perfumes. This good, along with myrrh and gold, was presented by the three magi.
Frankincense, yes.
Frankincense.
Yes. Marib was later ruled by the Himyarite kingdom, which was invaded by this other power ruled by Caleb. Saint Frumentius brought Christianity to this kingdom in modern-day Ethiopia.
It's yeah, say it.
Axomite.
Yes.
Good.
20.
Good 20. That's good stuff.
Toss up. A paradox named after a candidate in this election took place when an elector forgot to truncate their ballot, causing a 73-73 tie. The signing of the Treaty of Mortefontaine occurred in the lead-up to this election.
Like 1800.
Power.
Good job. Oh.
Bonus. This technique is used in Imogen Cunningham's Dream Walking and Three Harps, as well as a photograph of Dorothy True captioned Watch Your Step. For 10 points each, this technique used in a gun created by Etienne Jules Marais. This technique was often used in Victorian fads, such as spirit photographs or headless portraits.
Collage.
Do it.
No, this is multiple exposure. This photographer used multiple exposure to superimpose a face and leg in Watch Your Step. This photographer's most famous work depicts immigrants on multiple levels of a ship.
Stieglitz.
This painter recorded her husband, Stieglitz, and their home in double exposure image. This painter is better known for her New Mexico landscapes and paintings of skulls and flowers.
O'Keefe.
That's 20. Toss up 5. In a story by this author, a woman repeats, "Nothing is perfect, and that's life." In a story by this author, a woman changes her name to one that reminds her mother of the broad blank hull of a battleship and talks to a man who brags, "I've been believing in nothing ever since I was born." In a story by this author, the 32-year-old philosophy PhD Joy climbs up to a hayloft with a man called Salt of the Earth. In that story by this author, the con man Manly Pointer hides a bottle.
O'Connor.
That's right for 10. Bonus for 10 points each. Answer the following about flame tests. This element, which burns with a blue-green flame, also typically appears blue when ionized in solution. This metal alloys with tin to form bronze.
Repeated clue, by the way? Copper. Okay.
Yeah, that is. Repeat. This element strongly emits D lines that cause its flame to have a yellow color. This element is vaporized in a type of gas discharge lamp that is being replaced by LEDs in municipal street lighting.
Sodium.
Yes. The scientist devised laws governing the production of discrete or continuous spectra while working with Robert Bunsen. The two discovered elements of cesium and rubidium from unusual sky blue and dark red colors in flame tests. This is what the scientist did.
Yeah,
yes, for 30.
Nice.
Well, to be fair, one of those was history, so you had to use your history brain to answer your previous copper clue, and now you're using your science brain to answer that same clue.
I guess.
So, not a repeat. All right, toss up 6. Note to players, description acceptable. An alliterative poem titled for this event describes how a man slides his body through an impaled spear to strike his foe with the sword Clarent. The subject of this event dreams of being strapped to a wheel over an ocean of serpents, which may foretell a battle that begins when a soldier stabs an adder. After this event, Sir Bedivere is tasked with discarding an item retrieved by an...
Arthur's duel with Mordred.
Hold on.
I think that should be profitable.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, protest that.
Protest?
An item retrieved by an arm that rises from water. 4 fairy queens use a black boat to carry the subject of this event to Avalon. This event, caused by Mordred at the Battle of Camlan, titles a compilation by Thomas Mallory. For 10 points, Excalibur is returned to the Lady of the Lake after what event involving the ruler of Camelot?
Like the death of Arthur.
That's right.
That's a good reference.
Okay, let's mark that.
Battle of Mordred, correct?
Yeah, and that resulted in his death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see it from.
I don't think.
The answer game was like
Mordred duel of Mordred and Arthur, right? You said that.
Yeah, Arthur's duel with
Arthur's duel with
Yeah.
Mordred. Okay.
Sorry.
Let me read the bonus while you get that set up, and then we'll come back to it. Okay, so bonus. The neighbor principle concerning negligence was expounded in a case originating from this country where a woman found a decomposed snail inside a bottle of ginger beer for 10 points each. Name this country whose legal system unusually mixes common and civil law. In 2026, it abolished the not proven verdict of acquittal.
What? like maybe Ireland. This is like something British.
Answer.
Ireland.
Scotland. In Scotland, these bodies have 15 members, unlike the 12 normally used in England and Wales. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a trial by an impartial one of these bodies whose members are summoned for namesake duty.
He taught us about that like first clip. Yeah, okay, juries.
Yes. Scots law uses the term delict for these civil wrongs in Anglo-American common law. Negligence is one of these wrongs that name an area of law contrasted with criminal law.
Like civil.
It's not civil. I just said civil. Like felony. Like
Answer.
Civil.
It's tort, so that's 10 points of the bonus. And let's go handle the protest.
Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of justification, do you want this answer to say it should have been accepted, should have been
It should
prompted?
have been accepted or promptable, either or.
Okay, I'll put should have been prompted then.
Prompted would be better, but.
All right. Reasoning.
So Arthur's duel with Mordred resulted in his death, as stated in the question.
And they're more or less the same.
Yeah, they're the same battle. Yeah.
Well, they're not exactly.
Well,
One thing led to
same
another.
sequence.
One thing led to another. Yes. You know, they're not the same.
Okay. I'm putting Arthur's duel with Mordred resulted in his death, and they're part of the same sequence.
Yeah.
Okay. Baton Rouge, want to put a response down?
Wait, can we like hear the toss up to the point they buzzed?
The alliterative poem title for this event describes how a man slides his body through an impaled spear to strike his foe with a sword Clarent. The subject of this event dreams of being strapped to a wheel over an ocean of serpents, which may foretell a battle that begins when a soldier stabs an adder. After this event, Sir Bedivere is tasked with discarding.
It's the subject of this event.
The
And so there's the poem, like, it's the poem from like, the perspective of Arthur.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know enough to actually lodge a response.
You don't have to put a response.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll say nothing.
Okay.
We'll let the committee decide this one.
Cool. In that case, I'll submit this. That's a, what, 60 points swing?
Yeah. Well, the issue is, like, should have been prompted resolutions are so annoying.
They could have got 40 more, and then,
Yeah,
60.
Can
we have a score check?
About what?
Yeah, so it is currently, before that protest, strict Jesuit be 60, Baton Rouge 130.
Yeah, you have nothing to apologize for. It's a correct protest. But the issue is, like, should have been prompted resolution is we just play another toss-up live. And both teams are in for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, by PACE rules.
All right, here's toss-up 7.
Let's go.
This author portrayed an earlier author as the blues musician Billy Blue in a 1993 play. In a work by this author, a character is killed after he crashes his van, the Comet. In that work by this author, Dennis imagines one of his ancestors, midshipman...
Wilson.
No.
Bad buzz. Bad buzz. Terrible buzz.
Plunkett to be his son. This author imagined the adulterer hearing Nausicaa's name in every gull's outcry in a poem that ends, the classics can console, but not enough.
Walcott.
For 10.
I messed up.
Bonus. People of this ethnicity were the first to use a type of paper mat called a pefleti for 10 points each. Chinese people, often said to have a type of steely determination called sisu.
Finnish people.
Okay.
Yeah, Finnish people.
That's right. Pefleti are used in saunas, which are similar to these Japanese establishments that were often connected to Buddhist shrines. Give the Japanese turn.
What's the name? It's like the baths or something. I don't know. No idea.
Sentos or onsens. One of the gondolas in the Sky Wheel in this city unusually has a sauna built into it. This city is the capital of Finland.
Helsinki.
That's right, for 20.
For a while.
Sure, let's go.
Toss up 8. In 2012, this man's ex-wife made headlines for illegally filming a Turkish orphanage. This man headed a boot camp for entrepreneurs that was praised by Xi Jinping's de facto chief of staff, Kai Chi. This man's reputation was damaged by the posthumously published memoir Nobody's Girl in an interview with Emily Maitlis of Newsnight, where he described attending a party for his daughter at a Pizza Express in Woking. A photo of this man slumped in the back of a car with the headline, "Now He's Sweating," appeared on...
Prince Andrew?
That's right, for 10.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Bonus. In a play by this author, guests are confused by the theatrical Bliss family's quoting of the lines, "Is this a game?" Yes, in a game that must be played to the finish. For 10 points each, name this author of a play in which a man lights a cigarette saucily during adverb charades. In another play by this author of Hay Fever, Madame Arcati attracts a ghost by playing Always on the gramophone.
Coward.
Yep. Students play a game in which they have to give Hector 50 pence if he can recognize their movie references in this Alan Bennett play. Hector's teaching style is contrasted with that of Irwin in this play.
Children's Hour.
History Boys. A man wins a game of flipping a coin heads up 92 times in a row, and this playwrights Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead.
Stopper.
For 20.
Keep grinding.
Toss up 9. Franklin Foer's book on this activity and globalization profiled Vienna's all-Jewish Hakoah group. The Yugoslav Wars are often said to have begun when a participant in this activity kicked a Bosniak policeman in front of the Bad Blue Boys. Groups centered around this activity include Turkey's left-wing Karsi and Croatia's right-wing Torcida Split. In 1989-97, British supporters of this activity were crushed to death in the hills.
What do you want me to say? Like soccer?
Yep.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's
That's 10 points.
No, I know this from like deep like football ball. Yeah.
Bonus. Description acceptable. The permanence of this condition in meromitic lakes leads to chemocline formation. For 10 points each, same as condition, which characterizes salt wedge estuaries like the Black Sea. High winds on the mixolimnion of lakes can lead to loss of this condition through mixing.
Loss of what? Like oxygenation? Yeah, sure. Oxygenation.
No, this is stratification. The Black Sea lends its name to a euxinia, a condition partially defined by lower levels of this molecule. Aerobic species live above the chemocline because they depend on this molecule for respiration.
Oxygen.
Yes. Euxinia is also characterized by high concentration of this element. Organisms named for this element employ the P840 reaction center, which is analogous to photosystem 1.
Okay, what is this called? It's like iron or sulfur. Which one do I say?
Answer.
Methane.
Sulfur. 10 points.
I should have said sulfur. I'm sorry.
Toss up 10. A new vaccine for this disease called VLA15 is based on the subunit OPS-A and could replace an earlier vaccine withdrawn in 2002 that was linked to autoimmune arthritis. Vectors for this disease on the West Coast feed on western fence lizards, whose blood kills this disease's pathogen, possibly explaining why it is less common than on the East Coast. This disease, caused by spirochetes of the genus Borrelia, did not, as held by a false conspiracy theory.
Lyme disease.
That's right, for 10.
Nice.
For 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Bonus.
I knew about the vaccine actually.
The Arda, Purna, and Maha versions of this event are held every 6, 12, and 144 years for 10 points each. Name this Hindu festival and pilgrimage, often cited as the largest peaceful gathering in the world.
It's just Kumbh Mela, right? Yeah, right. Kumbh Mela.
Yep. One of these locations in the city of Allahabad, named for being the site of the confluence of 3 major rivers, is the site of the Prayag Kumbh Mela.
Like, what is this called? What do you want me to say? A temple, a god?
Answer.
Temple.
This is the Triveni Sangam. The Yamuna, Saraswati, and this river, said to flow out of Shiva's hair, converge at the Triveni Sangam. This river is considered the holiest in Hinduism.
Yeah, it is the Ganga, right?
Yeah.
Ganga.
That is 20 points. That is the half. So at the half, I have 120 for Strict Jesuits and 180 for Baton Rouge with 60 points in protest. So
They're more than
still
60,
active.
right?
I think it's just 60.
Should just be 60.
Okay, good.
Can I see your score sheet real quick? I'm down 10 points somehow.
Yep.
Yo, do you guys like optimization buzz?
Yeah, one
Good
second.
buzz, dude. What the heck? Okay, sorry for that very bad bullshit there. Okay, that's mostly good.
All right, everyone ready?
Keep it rolling, yes. Best of luck.
All right. Here is Toss 11. David Shapiro published a history of flower paintings this artist kept secret for 20 years. In the 2010s, X-ray photography revealed that an ochre and gray-colored painting by this artist was patterned around the golden ratio. 6 shift dresses created by Yves Saint Laurent were inspired by this painter. In 2022, curators discovered that a tattered work by this painter that had been hanging upside down for 80 years. This painter used canvases titled Tilted 45 Degrees to create a set of mostly white lozenges. After braiding... That's right for 10.
Good job.
Bonus. A contest involving a part of these devices known as a gnomon was sponsored by the Kanji Emperor to compare Eastern versus Western learning. For 10 points each, name these early timekeeping devices, one of which was installed along with a water clock in Athens' Tower of the Winds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sundial.
Sundial.
Yes. Manius Valerius Maximus brought the first Roman sundial back from this city of from the city of Catinia in this region. This region, a major source of grain for the Roman Republic, was the site of the first two servile wars.
Italy? Wood?
Answer?
Sicily.
Sicily.
Yes.
Nice.
The largest stone sundial in history was built in this capital, founded by Sawai Jai Singh II. This pink city was laid out by city planner Vidyadhar Bhattacharya.
Angkor what? Angkor? Because they're talking about the Angkor?
Jaipur,
Oh, I'm sorry.
20 points.
Alright, let's roll.
Toss up 12. 54 political prisoners were released after a member of this family led a 13-day hijacking of PIA 326. A member of this family wrote the letter from the death cell after being jailed by Operation Fair Play. The ISI published a no-confidence...
Bhutto?
That's right for power.
Thank God I know my Pakistan history. I was like, it sounds so fraud. If you
Bonus.
figure out it's in Pakistan.
A B minor movement scored for this type of ensemble is marked Andante Doloroso at a tempo of 50 beats per minute and begins with the ascending gesture F sharp, B, C sharp. For 10 points each, name is kind of ensemble that plays the death of Ossa. The composer of the Holberg Suite for piano later arranged it for one of these ensembles.
What's going on, bro? Like, I'm just gonna say string quartet, man. String quartet?
A string orchestra. The Holberg Suite is by this Norwegian composer who included the death of Ossa in his incidental music to Ibsen's Peer Gynt.
Bro, I've played Os's Cod, by the way, like last year. Grieg.
Yes. Another cornerstone of the string orchestra repertoire is this composer's E major serenade for strings, which includes a waltz. This composer orchestrated his own Slavonic dances.
Just Dvorak, right? This we also played actually. Dvorak.
That's right, for
Bro,
20.
This bonus loves Frazier's music.
Toss up 13.
Let's go.
Restriction on the use of these physical objects is one of the distinguishing characteristics of the Protestant sect Churches of Christ. Proponents of using these general objects often point to passages like Psalm 150. Conflicts over differing philosophies on...
Instruments?
Yes, for power.
Good job.
We sing Psalm 150, so I thought
Yeah,
it
we
was
can
Paris.
straight
Bonus,
Yeah.
this phenomenon produces a light cone at an opening angle such that the cosine of the angle is inversely proportional to beta. For 10 points each, name this phenomenon, whose energy is given by the Frank-Tam formula. Answer.
Dilation.
Chernikov radiation. Particles that produce Chernikov radiation possess this property relative to the medium. Tachyons are hypothetical particles that possess this property with an imaginary mass.
Faster than the speed of light.
Yes. Chernikov radiation is produced when beta exceeds the inverse of this quantity, indicating that the particle is faster than light in that medium. This quantity, denoted n, equals the ratio between the speed of light in a vacuum and a medium.
Permittivity.
As the index of refraction, 10 points. Toss up 14. A passage in this work ends, "Heaven swallowed the smoke," after a woman wails at a funeral. A passage in this text concerns a queen who executes men for fancied insults but becomes a gracious ruler after marriage. A woman in this text, the subject of Maria Davana Headley's Bro translation, exemplifies the role of a peace weaver by passing
Beowulf.
power.
Still. I know about that very specific
Bonus. Boethius' commentaries on Aristotle's Aragnon popularized the square of opposition, which organizes propositions based on their quantifiers and whether they contain this operation. For 10 points each, name this operation denoted with a tilde. If P is true, this operation of P is false.
Converse or inverse? Converse, probably.
Wait, no, like
Answer?
implies.
Converse.
No. Negation or inversion. A text by Boethius is titled "For Hypothetical Forms of These Constructs," which Aristotle first defined in his prior Analytics. These constructs draw a conclusion from a major and minor premise.
Inference, right?
Oh, okay.
Wait, what do you want to say?
Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say proof, but yeah.
Answer.
Inference.
Syllogisms.
Oh.
Boethius' translation popularized this thinker's isagoge, which he wrote to introduce Aristotle's categories. This Neoplatonist compiled his teacher Plotinus's Enneads.
Where's your who's
Answer.
Next? This Empiricus.
This is Porphyry. No points.
Sorry.
I got that bro translation playing like someone translate Beowulf to like modern language like that.
Toss of 15.
Sorry.
The fractional occupancy in the Henry adsorption isotherm has this mathematical relationship to pressure. The dependence of various measurable properties of a solvent on the Kamlitz tap parameters are examples of this kind of energy relationship that often compares two logarithms. The partial pressure and consequently the solubility of a component of a gas mixture has this relationship to its mole fraction. The rate of a unimolecular first-order reaction has this relationship to the reactant's concentration, allowing...
Linear.
Yes.
Good. Good. That's good. That's good stuff.
I can't actually see the light here.
Because you moved it.
Yeah, sorry.
Bonus. Answer the following about Sigrid Undset's Kristin Lavrenstatter trilogy for 10 points each. Upon bestowing Kristin with one of these objects, her father states you must guard your tongues well. One of these objects titles the last novel in the trilogy.
What's the last novel? Cross?
Yes. In The Cross, Kristin Lavrenstatter dies during this broad event. People sheltering from this event narrate the stories of the Decameron.
Black Plague.
Yep. Upon his death, Kristin's two remaining possessions are her father's cross and one of these objects. Gertrude Lessing's play Nathan the Wise uses the Decameron as a basis for a parable title for these objects.
Rings.
That's 30.
Good.
Toss up 16. In an early use of tritone substitution, the intro to a song by this musician alternates between E flat 7 and D minor 6 chords over a syncopated bass line. This musician recorded that song with Sarah Vaughan under its original title Interlude. This bandleader, who mentored Arturo Sandoval, co-wrote an early standard based on 2-3 San Clave with Chano Pozo. This American pioneered Afro-Cuban jazz through the mambo-influenced composition Manteca and the angular melody of A Night in Tunisia. This musician and his close friend Charlie Parker are traditionally credited with developing bebop. For 10 points, this musician...
Gillespie.
Say it again?
Gillespie.
One more time?
Gillespie.
Yeah, this is good. For 10?
No, it's Gillespie, but yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if you're adding another syllable to it, but no, so that's fine. Bonus. An ocean quahog clam known as Ming had the highest precisely measured value of this variable for an individual animal at 507. For 10 points each, what variable, whose largest known value in vertebrates is held by the Greenland shark, can be estimated by counting the growth rings in calcified structures such as scales?
Age.
Yes, like scales, these structures are frequently used to estimate the age of fish. These calcium carbonate structures in the vestibular system of vertebrates help sense proprioception.
It's a different thing, bro.
Wait, it's only...
What do you want to say?
Answer?
No, just go with that.
Jaw.
These are otoliths. The oldest animals in general believed to live in excess of 10,000 years are the glass members of this phylum, which have spicules made of silica.
Wait, I think it's...
Diatoms.
Oh, okay.
Oh, diatom.
Or should I say sponges?
Do you go with... Like,
Answer.
Diatoms.
It's a sponge.
Fuck.
Sorry.
10
I keep
points.
doing this, dude. No, that's totally my fault. Like, it's a 50-50.
Toss up 17. This series largely avoided the censorship of its creators earlier, Noon on Doomsday, a response to Emmett Till. Bongos play over a repeating 4-note guitar phrase in 2 pieces of library music repurposed for a theme for the series by Marius Constant. A grandmother struck by a car in an entry in this series written by Ray Bradbury. A bank employee in this series...
Twilight Zone.
Power.
Good. What is that? It's like sci-fi.
Yeah.
It's
Bonus. Answer the following about the life of American sculptor Bob Castley for 10 points each. Castley died in his incomplete public exhibits cement land located in this city where he helped found its city museum. The city is home to the Gateway Arch.
St. Louis.
While honeymooning in Rome, Castley helped subdue Laszlo Toth after he attacked this sculpture with a geologist's hammer.
Rome?
Okay. No, it's a geologist, bro.
Oh.
Answer?
Schulman.
This is Michelangelo's Pieta. Castley sculpted one of these animals for playgrounds in Riverside Park and Central Park. A sculpture of one of these animals dressed as a ballerina is held near the Lincoln Center, and a Faience statue of one of these animals is the unofficial mascot of the Met.
Lion.
It's a hippo. 10 points.
Sorry, bro. What is this, bro?
Toss up 18. Until Prohibition was lifted, so-called coffee shops during these events sold alcoholic sly grog. During one of these events, Long Toms and puddlers were common sights in a town founded by migrants from CE called Ararat. A rebellion during one of these events was sparked by a levy introduced by Charles Latrobe on permits in the fast-growing city.
A gold rush?
Yes.
Yeah,
Power.
I served meal was going on, but
Bonus. After Zeus introduced himself as king of all the gods in Lucian's Dialogues of the Gods, this man assumes he means Pan and asks why he doesn't have a pipe or horns or shaggy legs. For 10 points each, name is Trojan Prince, who replaces Hebe on Mount Olympus.
Oh, Paris, right?
Trojan Prince.
Potentially.
Paris.
Ganymede. Zeus assures Ganymede that he will live fabulously, eating ambrosia and consuming this drink of the gods, leading Ganymede to simply ask if it is better than milk.
Nectar, right?
Yes,
Nectar.
When Ganymede asks about people his age to play with, Zeus points out this figure. Hesiod wrote of this figure as the fourth primordial deity to spring into existence after chaos, Gaia, and Tartarus.
Nyx, probably. Nyx is a D. Wait, they said, yeah. Nyx.
Eros 10. On the bonus, and we go to toss-up 19. Peter Guthrie Tate showed that ring-shaped examples of these features can undergo leapfrogging in which they repeatedly pass through each other. The frequency at which these features are created appear in the numerator of the Struhal number. A flow of fluid onto a bluff body leads to the rear of the body shedding these features, which then form a street named for Theodor von Karman. A quality name for these features is equal to the curl of the velocity field, which is 0 in parallel flows. Turbulent flows typically contain intense examples of these features.
An eddy.
No.
I'm sorry. I think
Called eddies, whose axes can move through the fluid. For 10 points, name these features composed of rotating fluid. No, vertices.
Yeah.
Can we get a score check?
Sure. Going into the last toss-up, it is 180 for Straight Jesuit B, 360 for Baton Rouge Magnet.
So the score check does not, like, not the.
Yeah, the protest, I think, is
protest
moved
does
to
not
the
matter.
yes.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. My apologies.
All right, here's the last toss-up. A character in this novel is disappointed when nobody notices he used the term Teutonic to ironically refer to Germans. A character in this novel laughs derisively upon hearing a character play Schubert's Erdwantung on the cello. In this novel, a character recounts how a socialite went mad and mailed another character a ring engraved with the Sphinx. For kissing Fenicia, a frog-dissecting character in this novel is challenged to a duel by Pavel and later...
Father and sons.
Say that again?
Fathers and sons.
Yes. Bonus. In The Dharma Bums, Jack Kerouac described a crowd's yells of "go, go, go" at a reading of a fictionalized version of this poem titled Whale. For 10 points each, name this poem. Around 100 people listened to Allen Ginsberg recite "I Saw the Best Minds of My Generation Destroyed by Madness" at this poem's initial 1955 reading.
How?
After Ginsberg's reading of Hal at the Sixth Gallery, Lawrence Ferlinghetti convinced him to have Hal published by this San Francisco bookstore, for which he later faced obscenity charges.
City Lights?
Yes. This other beat poet read his poem A Berry Feast at the Sixth Gallery reading. This inspiration for Jaffe Ryder in the Dharma Bums wrote the environmentalist collection Turtle Island. Gary Snyder. That's 20 points, making the final score of the game. Strict Jesuit 210, Baton Rouge Magnet 360. Game everyone.
Game, guys.
Yeah,
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and do a buzzer check and give us your name while you are at it. Starting down here.
Roddy.
Thank you.
Bala.
Thank you.
Audrey.
Thank you.
Viren.
Thank you.
Ernie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Me here.
Thank you. Alright, this is round 15 of the PACE NSC 2026 variant. My name's Ethan Ashbrook. I'm going to be your moderator today.
I'm Mike Bentley. Scorekeeping.
And this packet has a sponsorship message, if I remember where it is. This round is sponsored by PACE member emeritus Aaron Rosenberg. Good luck, have fun, and stay curious. Alright, we have Lambert A on our left and Saratoga on our right. Any questions or concerns from players or audience members before we start?
Nope.
Alright. In that case, best of luck to both teams. Here's toss-up 1. A biannual sun festival in this kingdom is said to coincide with the birth and crowning of one of its rulers. An official who journeys past Lake Mati while sneaking away from guards to flee this kingdom has a name meaning son of the sycamore tree. During a feud over the rulership of this kingdom, a goddess tricks the ferryman Nemti into taking her to an island, and two gods engage in an underwater hippopotamus fight and a stone boat race.
Egypt.
That's right. For 10. Your bonus. In a speech given on this author's birthday, Goethe called this author the greatest wanderer. For 10 points each, name this author, whose Germanization was enabled through the Schlegelteak translation of his works.
Virgil.
This is Shakespeare. The first academic Shakespeare Society was founded in 1864 in this German city. This city names a classicist movement whose members included Friedrich Schiller. That's right. David Fuller has argued that Shakespeare was the key figure of German literary self-discovery in a book linking him to this 19th century movement, which grew from the earlier Sturm und Drang movement and emphasized subjectivity and nature.
Romanticism?
Yes, for 20. Toss-up 2. A fly fishing enthusiast who held this position was mailed 2x4 pieces of wood to protest his policy. This position's duty is removing the punch bowl just as the party heats up. According to it...
Like the Fed? Like the head of the Fed? Chairman?
I'll prompt head of the Fed.
Like the chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, I need chair of the Fed.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, I said that.
For power. For power.
The first answer is just Fed. Excuse me? Wasn't his first answer just the Fed?
The head of the Fed.
If you continuously say your answer or like keep going with the answer without breaks, then it's considered adding to it. I said Fed. I heard Fed, and then there was more to that, so accept it as a whole. Bonus for Lambert. Japanese samurai widely engaged in a form of this practice called mabiki, or weeding. For 10 points each, name or describe this practice that may have been carried out on 40% of all Romans during the late Empire. Sargon the Great and Oedipus both survived an attempt at this practice.
No. Sure.
Answer?
Castration.
No, it's infanticide. Brigitte Bechtold found that female infanticide decreased with the spread of this industry in 19th century France. Most of the 1,134 people killed in the 2013 Rana Plaza disaster worked in this industry.
Like, just like the
Answer?
contraceptive?
No, textile industry.
Oh, wait, my bad.
To prevent sex-selective abortions in the 2000s, some Chinese provinces banned the use of this imaging technology to determine the sex of a fetus.
Ultrasound.
Yeah, ultrasound.
Yes, for 10. Toss-up 3. Rotational symmetry of this order is the lowest that is impossible in a lattice, but is found in icosahedral glass quasicrystals. Ralph Huskin names a class of reactions in click chemistry that forms rings of this size via 1,3 dipolar cycloadditions. Rings of this size can be produced from plant biomass in the form of furfural, the namesake of furans. Berry pseudo-rotation acts on complexes with this many ligands. The smallest alkane prefixed neo...
4?
No, sorry. Keep going. Has this many carbons and has full tetrahedral symmetry. Methylamine contains this many hydrogen atoms. The trigonal bipyramidal and square bipyramidal geometries have this many groups bound to their central atom. For 10 points, give this number of carbons in pentane.
5.
That's right. Your bonus. This quantity, denoted A, is a constant of motion for two-body problems with a 1/r central potential. For 10 points each, name this vector that can be divided by m times k to give the eccentricity vector. This vector is equal to p cross L minus mkr.
Curvature.
This is the Runge lens vector, or LRL vector. By a theorem named for this German mathematician, a two-body system with a central potential must possess some differentiable symmetry, since the LRL vector is a conserved quantity.
Nothing.
Yes, the LRL vector contains a term for the cross product of p and this quantity, denoted L. This quantity equals the moments of inertia times angular velocity.
Torque. MA force. Yeah, torque.
Yeah, torque.
Angular momentum for 10.
Angular velocity, not angular acceleration.
I thought it was acceleration.
Right.
I don't know.
Toss up 4. The narrator of a novel calls a drawing of two hills in one of these places the loveliest and saddest landscape in the world. While in one of these places, the protagonist of a novel unites with the soul of the world and transforms into a storm. The native people of one of these places possess the eyes of Ibad and partake in a ceremony involving the Chris knife. Santiago traverses one of these places in search of treasure and
Like a desert?
Yes, for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. Colorful examples of these objects appear around Zamboanga City, whose inhabitants specialize in making vinta. For 10 points each, name these objects, which the Austronesians set up in the crab claw design. The triangular Latin variety of these objects was fitted to ships called dhows.
Yeah, sails.
This Filipino ethnic group, which specialized in creating vinta, was known for piracy in the Sulu Sea. This Islamic group sought to create an independent state in Mindanao.
Mora.
Crab claw sails may have been fitted for the Hokulea, which sailed from Hawaii to this place. A Pomare king of this place allowed for the British to bring back people on the HMS Pandora.
Pomare, so like, which island? Like Pitcairn Islands?
This is Tahiti.
Oh, just
for
Tahiti.
20.
Oh my god.
Toss up 5. Flower patterns characterize an art form of this material, which make up the little red figures of contemporary artist Liu Shenzhong. Gesso and red paint are traditionally applied on this material to represent the robes of Bodhidharma and Daruma roles. Baran is hand-pressed against this material in the Mokuhanga technique, and the final image on this material is in the Aizurie style when colored in Prussian blue.
Wood?
No, sorry. Keep going. An art form that uses this material's washi type may begin by making...
Tape?
Say it one more time.
Tape?
No, it's paper.
Bro. A sleeper force.
Right, so that question drops. We will go to toss-up 6. A man in this location feels fullness and congestion in his head before feeling like the fiery heart of a luminous cloud. In a story titled for this location, a man on an oddly untraveled road sees great golden stars and strange constellations. A man in this place believes that gray eyes are the keenest. A man at this...
Owl Creek Bridge.
For power. Your bonus. Description acceptable. A 1975 essay discusses the appearance of a boy's insolent black head after he announces this event. For 10 points each, name this event. The announcement of this event is used as an epigraph for a poem that describes voices that are quiet and meaningless as wind in dry grass.
Assassination of John F. Kennedy.
This is the death of Kurtz. Kurtz utters the final words, the horror, before dying in this Joseph Conrad novella.
Heart of Darkness.
The frame narrative of Heart of Darkness takes place on the Nelly, a boat on this body of water contrasted with the Congo. Eliot's The Wasteland quotes a poem which asks, "Run softly till I end my song," to this body of water. The setting of Jerome came Jerome's The Three Men in a Boat.
I think it's the Thames.
Yeah. The Thames.
It is, for 20. Toss up 7. Lewis Gordon's book, What This Thinker Said, discusses the irony of his final prayer, "Oh my body, make me always a man who questions." This thinker's Beauvoir-inspired essay on lived experience repeatedly discusses a boy telling his mother, "Look, a Negro." This thinker argued that black people develop an inferiority
Fanon.
for power.
White people do
Your bonus. After studying bias in the testing of wooden barrels at this company, Stella Cunliffe became the first female president of the Royal Statistical Society. For 10 points each, name this Irish company where William Gossett developed the tea distribution, published under the name Student.
Oh, Guinness. Guinness?
Yep. Gossett devised a law of errors after a sabbatical working in the lab of this University College London professor who introduced the histogram and names a form of chi-square test.
Names of all kinds of
Bays.
This is Carl Pearson. More recent scientific research on Guinness claimed its antioxidants could reduce levels of this compound in arteries. LDL is often called the bad form of this steroid.
Cholesterol.
That's right, for 20. Toss up 8. Sulfides lost from boxwork structures in the supergene accumulate at this entity, which separates oxidative processes from reducing ones. On islands, this entity forms the upper surface of a Geiben-Herzberg lens. Regions of cracked sandstone can be perched on clay above this entity. This entity separates the Vadose zone
The water table?
for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. An essay on this practice by Fred Knighton discusses it in ancient Greece using Christian Survinu Inwood's concept of polis religion. For 10 points each, name this practice that involves ritual killing and offering made to a deity.
Yeah. Child sacrifice?
Yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
A scholar from this country hypothesized Greek sacrifice as a continuation of hunting practices in Homo nacans. A thinker from this country discussed Greek and Roman mythology and theogony, extending theories from his book, The Essence of Christianity.
Germany?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, nice.
In The Sacred and the Profane, Mircea Eliade argues hunting, sacrifice, and this practice were to ensure the life of plants. Wendigos lend their name to a psychosis characterized by a desire to engage in this practice.
Transform? Sure, transformation. Hunting?
It's cannibalism for 20. Toss up 9. This city's name in Chinese means Sea Cucumber Bay, and 60,000 residents of Chinese ethnicity were expelled from its Milyanka district in the 1930s. This city on the hills that surrounded the head of Golden Horn Bay has a statue to its native son, actor Yul Brynner. This city is the administrative center of Primorsky Krai and grew rapidly following a redeployment of a naval fleet from Nikolaevsk,
Vladivostok.
just out of power. Your bonus. A 2023 championship in this sport featured a team with 4 clones against another team with clones of that animal's offspring. For 10 points each, named this Sport of Kings. In 2025, Argentine firm Chiron Biotech announced they had used gene editing to breed extra-fast animals for use in this sport.
Some sort of like racing.
Answer.
Cockfighting.
This is polo.
Yeah.
This politician owns 5 clones of his beloved dog, Conan. This president of Argentina took a chainsaw with him. Yes, that's right. In 2025, Colossal Biosciences controversially claimed to have cloned 3 of these extinct animals, a claim disputed by the IUCN Species Survival Commission.
Direwolves.
That's right, for 20. Here's toss-up 10, after which we'll have the half. This ruler's short-lived ban on no-fault divorce forced women convicted of adultery into monasteries. This ruler allowed homesteaders to claim property after 3 years in a set of standardizing 50 decisions. Copyists, called the Four Doctors of Bologna, glossed versions of a 150,000-line document issued by this ruler. A set of new constitutions issued by this ruler updated portions of the digests and institutes that had become outdated in the years since John the Cappadocian helped compile them. Tribonian sat on a commission that produced this ruler's Corpus Juris.
Justinian the Great.
That's right.
Wait,
For 10. Your bonus. In the early 2010s, this company implemented Chaos Monkey, a program that randomly crashes some of its servers to test network reliability. For 10 points each, about 50% of global internet traffic is from what most subscribed video streaming service. In 2006, this company developed a recommendation algorithm for movie rentals.
Netflix. Netflix?
Yep. Chaos Monkey helps identify services that rely on a local cache or other resources, as opposed to applications known by this word, which do not store information from a user's previous interactions.
Do not store information. Temporary?
Temporary.
This is stateless. Part of Netflix's Simian army is a monkey named for this phenomenon that adversely affects the RESTful client-server communication layer. In networks, this phenomenon is usually measured by an ICMP echo request.
Oh, ping?
Yeah, latency.
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 Latency?
Or ping, yeah. For 20. Okay, at the half, I have a score of 90 for Lambert A, 190 for Saratoga.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, and we can just keep going if we want.
Yes.
Is the reading speed and cadence and everything okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. All right, in that case, here's toss-up 11. This sound is named after Hebrew nikud of 2 vertically oriented dots. A hook diacritic is added to the sound's IPA symbol to represent an R-colored sound that names the Erhua process in Beijing Mandarin. In some American dialects, a sound symbolizing IPA by an upside-down V is merged with this sound located in the center of the trapezoidal diagram. This sound is the typical result of phonological reduction, where
Like a schwa?
Yes.
Nice. That's
For
so
10.
funny. It's like the upside down E, like the sound.
Yeah.
Hard.
Your bonus. The 400-year rule of the serpent Arwe is ended by Menelik I, according to this text. For 10 points each, name this text written in Ge'ez that chronicles the mythological founding of the Solomonic dynasty. The Kebra Nagas is alternately titled For the Glory of These People. Solomon also appears in an Old Testament book, often split into 2 volumes, titled For These Rulers.
Kings.
Yeah, kings.
That's right. In a different version of the story, Arwe is defeated by this figure's father, who accepts rulership as a reward. This woman, who remains unnamed during her visit to Solomon in chapter 1, or in 1 Kings, is named Makeda in the Kebra Nagas.
Like maybe the Queen of Bathsheba, because I know the
Queen of Sheba.
Queen of Sheba, yeah, Queen of Sheba.
Yes, for 30.
As in the Quran, Solomon talks to Queen of Sheba.
Toss up 12. In this modern-day country, the Zen-Gidamir Nur ad-Din founded an early hospital named for...
Oh, that's so bad. Syria.
For power.
Fucking crusade.
Your bonus. A 12th century writer in this kingdom wrote the story cycle Amiran Darejaniani. For 10 points each, name this kingdom, the home of an author who wrote about the knight Teriel and his quest to marry an Indian princess. A queen of this kingdom is praised in its national epic, The Knight in the Panther Skin.
Georgia.
That's right. The Knight in the Panther Skin is composed of over 1,600 stanzas in this form. Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat was written in this form, where each stanza consists of 2 couplets.
Quatrains?
Yes. A tyrant courts Tamara of Georgia in this author's poem, The Demon. Pechorin, an archetypal superfluous man, features in this author's novel, A Hero of Our Time.
Is it Pushkin or is it the other guy? Pushkin?
It's Lermontov for 20. Toss up 13. Whether a statement is the genuine vakana of one of these figures can be determined using a set of 4 great references. The 32 lakshanas, or major marks of these figures, includes having 40 even teeth, a lion-like body, and souls imprinted with wheels. One of these figures prophesied to manifest in the far future is often depicted...
Avatar. Vishnu.
No. Sorry. Keep going. Is often depicted ready to descend from Tushita heaven and is named Maitreya. They're not kings, but a group of 5 of these figures named for wisdom includes Vairakana and Amitabha. The historical instance of these figures delivered his first sermon in Deer Park, setting into motion the Wheel of Dharma. For 10 points, name these religious figures that include Siddhartha Gautama. They're called Buddhas, yeah.
No,
because the clues are...
Your bonus. This work's distinction between tough-minded empiricism and tender-minded rationalism inspired 2 fictional factions of sea slugs from a Frank Jackson paper. For 10 points each, name this work by William James, which is titled for the movement he and C.S. Peirce belonged to.
Pragmatism.
That's right. James's radical empiricism is similar to the intermediate empiricism theorized by this pragmatist who wrote Democracy in Education.
Theory?
That's right. The conceptual pragmatist C.I. Lewis, who coined this term, considered pragmatism a form of empiricism. The aforementioned Jackson paper is titled for Epiphenomenal Examples of These Things, and a Daniel Dennett paper coins them. These are qualia for 20. Toss up 14. This man says an article is ineffable twaddle written by some armchair lounger before realizing he is speaking to its author. This man admits he has a bullpup and gets up at ungodly hours during a cross-examination with Stamford's friend. This character is astonished when a man tells him that he doesn't care whether the earth goes around the sun or vice versa.
Watson.
For power.
Watson, I'm sure.
That's a study of Charlotte.
Your bonus. The drug sildenafil acts by inhibiting PDE5, maintaining high cGMP levels that signal continued production of this compound. For 10 points each, name the signaling molecule produced from arginine. This gas promotes the relaxation of smooth muscle. Answer?
Nitrous oxide.
Nitric oxide. Nitric oxide improves the flow of this substance by causing vasodilation, which is why compounds that release it, such as nitroglycerin, can treat coronary artery disease. Veins and arteries carry this substance. Yes. Nitric oxide prevents this damaging condition in which blood flow is cut off from tissue. This condition, which names a type of stroke, can cause tissue death known as infarction.
No, it's not. Ischemia.
That's right, for 20. 15. U.S. technocrat Wolf Ladijinsky convinced the newly independent Indian government to help people in this profession at the expense of the zamindar. In the 1970s, Americans in this profession were warned to get...
Like, farmers?
For power. Your bonus. Mary J. Walters was one of the few woman artists associated with this movement. For 10 points each, name this movement that included Jasper Francis Cropsey, who built an estate called Aladdin. One of the leaders of this movement painted the Titan's goblet.
Oh, what's it called? Maybe Orientalism?
The Hudson River School.
Oh.
The Hudson River School is led by this man who painted the Course of Empire series and the Oxbow.
Cool.
Yes. Hudson River School artist Frederick Church's largest painting depicts this feature. Now displayed at the National Gallery, Church's 1857 painting of this feature was originally held in a special darkened gallery to emphasize the panoramic effect caused by its size and width.
Cotopaxi?
It's Niagara Falls. For 10. Toss up 16. At the end of one routine, this performer repeatedly stomps and raises a cane to mimic shooting down lookalikes. This performer used an outlaw style and frequently worked with Hermes Pan. This performer appears to dance on the walls and ceiling in the film Royal Wedding. This man notes, "You like tomato and I like tomato" during...
Nat King Cole.
No. Sorry. Keep going. During a dance duet in roller skates. Irving Berlin wrote the song Cheek to Cheek for this performer to sing while in a tailcoat and dancing with a woman in an ostrich feathered dress. This man co-starred in the film Swing Time and Top Hat with a dance partner who matched him backwards and in high heels. For 10 points, name this actor and dance partner of Ginger Rogers. Time. This is Fred Astaire.
Yeah, I know this song.
So that goes dead. Here's toss-up 17. A derivative of this compound is conjugated to galactose before it is epimerized to glucose in the Loire pathway. Misfolded glycoproteins are marked in the ER using glucose donated from the diphosphate of this compound.
Glycogen?
No. Sorry. We'll keep going. Which also supplies glucose monomers during glycogen synthesis. Nirenberg and Mattei showed that a polymer of this compound contains the codon for phenylalanine. This compound, which has a derivative denoted psi that stabilizes hairpin loops, begins all three stop codons and is removed by base excision repair after the deamination of cytosine. Both this pyrimidine and its more stable relative form two hydrogen bonds with adenine. For 10 points, what nucleobase is only found in RNA?
Uracil?
That's right. Your bonus. Answer the following about crystal field theory for 10 points each. CFT and its successor, ligand field theory, are prototypically used to describe the spectra of metal ligand complexes with this molecular geometry, which has 6 substituents arranged in 90-degree bond angles.
90 degree.
Octahedral.
Yeah, maybe.
Octahedral?
That's right. CFT predicts that during ligation, a transition metal's d orbitals undergo a breaking of this property. Octahedral complexes have E sub g and T sub 2g orbitals that doubly and triply have this property respectively.
Hybridized?
It's degeneracy. Ligand field theory combines CFT with this theory of bonding, which involves an overlap of the lowest unoccupied and highest occupied namesake structures.
Is that a molecular
Isomer?
Wait, Archer, is Archer valence?
Answer?
Vesper?
No, it's molecular orbital theory.
That's a guess.
For 10.
I said this.
Right. Here is toss-up 18. A composer from this country used a concerto grosso structure for his 1938 double concerto for piano and timpani. 2 euphoniums play half notes in parallel fifths to open the brass-heavy fanfare first movement of a piece dedicated to this country's army. The grand motif, B-flat...
Italy?
No. Sorry. Keep going. B-flat, E-flat, D, B-flat, recurs throughout a tone poem depicting a high castle in this country. The last orchestral work of a composer from this country is a 5-movement sinfonietta. The second of a set of 6 tone poems inspired by this country opens with flutes imitating the rushing of the Vltava River. For 10 points, name this country depicted in Mavlas.
Czechia?
Yeah, for 10. Your bonus. Chemotherapy pioneer Cornelius Rhodes wrote a letter in which he described killing 8 and transplanting cancer into several more people from this region. For 10 points each, at the same time as 1950s uprisings, nationalists from which region tried to assassinate Harry Truman in the Blair House? Yep. Rhodes's letter was publicized by this Puerto Rican nationalist. This Harvard grad led the 1950 Puerto Rican nationalist uprisings.
Lopez.
This is Pedro Albizu Campos. During World War II, Rhodes experimented on Puerto Ricans while leading the Chemical Corps, which began in this year around when an armistice concluded World War I.
1918.
Yes, for 20. 19. A character created by this author convulsively reaches at 2 locks of hair before uttering his last words, "Ah, my angels." A poet on the verge of suicide is taken in by a character disguised as the Ave Carlo Herrera at the end of a novel by this author. In a novel by this author, Raphael de Valentin dies after the title wish-granting object shrinks
Balzac?
for 10. Your bonus. Claude Cahun used this medium to depict a weightlifter with hearts painted on the cheeks, a two-headed bald figure, and a shiny winged angel. For 10 points each, name this medium used to depict characters like career girls, housewives, and hitchhikers in an untitled series by Cindy Sherman.
Yeah, read magazine covers or stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a magazine.
Magazine covers?
No, it's photography, the medium. Cahun is depicted in one self-portrait as a weightlifter with the caption, "I am in training, don't do this." In Alfred Eisenstein's most famous photograph, a sailor performs this action.
Singing.
He likes looting.
Answer?
So nice.
Saluting.
It's kissing.
Okay,
Cahun hailed from this country, as did a Dada artist who had himself photographed as his alter ego, Eros Celebi. Henri Cartier-Bresson and Louis Daguerre were from this country.
like France.
Yeah, France.
Yep, for 10.
Can we get a score check?
Yes. Going to the last toss-up, it is 140 Lambert A, 390 Saratoga. And here's the last toss-up. This function of a system's entropy over Boltzmann constant is equal to the ratio of the forward path and reverse path probability distributions by Crookes fluctuation theorem. This function of negative I times the Hamiltonian operator times the change in time over h bar is used to represent the time evolution operator of a wave function. This function of negative beta times energy gives a system's Boltzmann factors. Oscillations such as plane waves can be modeled using complex inputs for this function. This function of negative time multiplied by the decay constant is used to model radioactive decay. For 10 points, name this function.
Oh, exponential.
That's right.
Oh, I'm so proud. I think natural the whole time.
Your bonus. This character is shown gesticulating, shouting, cajoling, crooning with virtuosity and love while telephoning to get tickets for cats. For 10 points each, name this character who wishes to be an octopus so that he could use his telephones simultaneously. This character defines a certain group as having 0 clout as opposed to him. Answer?
No answer.
This is Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn phone calls for a stash of AZT while dying of AIDS in a Tony Kushner play named for these creatures in America. Yes. In Angels in America, a woman with this surname phones an ambulance for Roy Cohn. The bell jar is set during the summer they electrocuted a couple with this surname. That's right. For 20. Final score is 140 Lambert A, 420 Saratoga. Good game, y'all.
Good game.
Should shout out the
Shout-
buzzer that buzzed.
Okay. So we are back here in the last of at least the regular playoff rounds, or I guess the last of the regular Super playoff rounds, more specifically, here at 2026 PACE NSC. We have on my left Northview and on my right Baton Rouge Magnet. If you all want to buzz in and say your name, that'd be great.
Caden. Ray.
Shihan. Rayon.
Boston, and I'm shouting out 6-7 because Caden wants to go.
Chris, and I'm shouting out Carl Anthony Towns.
Rishabh.
Okay. And I'm your moderator, Mike Bentley, and then I have as scorekeeper.
I'm Ethan Ashbrook.
Great. This round does have a sponsor. Let me get that information up. This round is sponsored by PACE and our.
Hold on.
Oh,
They
okay.
closed the pause of live stream.
What is that?
Just set the pause of live stream until further notice.
Okay. Hold on.
Can we get introductions again, please?
Where did that come from?
Bro, the 6-7 off is the deep
Okay.
state is
why
suppressing
you're
the
not in
6-7
this.
off.
I've got better. I've got better. Bro. Netanyahu's not even mentioned, bro. Netanyahu and his brother were mentioned on 2 separate cases, bro.
Alright, where
Bro, the big young.
Okay. We will wait a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna brought up today.
Shout out shout out BBBDL, those who know.
Wait, BB and his brother.
I assume
were
that
mentioned.
probably one of the rooms is going a little bit behind.
Uncle's Uncle was a
Bottom right is a
legend.
few minutes behind.
Okay, we're back. We've caught up. Let's do just a quick rebuzzer check and instruction for Northview.
Ray.
Shihan. Rayon.
Oscar once again shouting out the big 6-7.
Krish shouting out. Continue.
Bishop.
Okay. And I don't think we got around to actually reading the sponsor message last time, so let's go find that and do that. This round is sponsored by PACE. Over the summer, PACE plans to release both Cornerstone, the scheduling platform used to generate this tournament's schedule, and TMS, the tournament management system powering NSC operations. If you run Quizbowl tournaments and are interested in trying either platform, keep an eye on PACE announcements and social media for more information. Thanks, everyone. All right, we all ready to go? Just confirming I'm ready to go. I think so. It's a little closer to my face. Okay, here we go with toss-up 1. French films in this genre were often set in Camargue and feature characters known as gardiens. Martin Butcher wrote the score for several Vinatu films in this genre based on the novels of Karl May. Soprano Etta Del Orso provided vocals for a score for this film genre titled The Ecstasy of Gold. Juzo Itami's...
Western?
That's right, for power.
Amazing. Keep it up.
Bonus, the real-life inspiration for a cross-dressing thief with his first name and the last name Cutpurse may have stepped in to portray herself in the play The Roaring Girl. For 10 points each, give this first name of a character who was born in Newgate and is 5 times a wife, 12 years a thief, 8 years a transported felon.
I think it's Maul Flanders. Maul?
Yeah. Maul Flanders was written by this author, Robinson Crusoe.
Defoe.
Maul Cutpurse was depicted in The Roaring Girl, written by Thomas Dekker and this author. This author of A Chaste Maid in Cheapside wrote Women Beware Women.
Might be Webster. It's like the same era.
Sure.
Webster?
Thomas Middleton.
Oh, yeah.
20 points. Toss up 2. A girl in this novel is unable to make her living with stenography as she only knows how to trim hats, make candy, and play Carmen. Harmon notes most of the smart ones get away from this novel's setting, where a character sees the grave of a man with this name who was wed 50 years. This novel's narrator loans a man a biochemistry book and is surprised he is only 52. In this novel, a woman wears a crimson ribbon.
Age of Innocence?
No. In her hair at a dinner when a cat breaks a pickle dish. The protagonist of this novel falls in love with the poor cousin of his hypochondriac wife, Xena, in Starkfield, Massachusetts. For 10 points, Maddie Silver and the title character attempts suicide by sledding into a tree in what novella by Edith Wharton?
Ethan Frome.
That's right.
Okay.
Bonus, a 2025 book by Jill Lepore titled for this phrase was accompanied by a database of every proposed constitutional amendment. For 10 points each, the preamble of the Constitution begins with what 3-word phrase identifying those seeking a more perfect union?
We the people.
Lepore identifies James Madison, editing his notes to argue against an understanding described by this adjective. Antonin Scalia championed a legal theory named for this word that examines the Constitution when it was created.
Because it's like originalism, okay? Make sense?
Yeah.
Original.
Lepore's book, These Truths, focused on women like Maria Stewart, a writer from this city. George Cabot oversaw a meeting in this city while leading the Essex Junto.
George Cabot, Essex, Hartfield, right? Hartford is the name of the town.
Answer.
Right? Hartford.
That's right, for 30.
Good 30, let's go. Federalism.
Toss up 3. Historically, this property was given to indigo by adding stale urine to form the colorless lucindigo. The series of straight chain alkanols loses this property as length increases, meaning the partition coefficient of propanol in octanol is
Solubility.
prompt with in what solvent?
Solubility in water.
That's right, for power.
Nice. Amazing.
Wow. What is that, bro?
Bonus. In Thailand, this policy involves young men randomly selecting a red card or a black card from a lottery for 10 points each. Name is policy. In 2024, only 1,200 of 24,000 ultra-Orthodox Israelis required to comply with this type of policy responded to government requests.
Draft.
That's right. Thai military recruits recently fought a border conflict with Cambodia over the Priya Vihar temple, sacred to this destroyer deity from the Hindu Trimurti.
Yeah, Shiva.
Yeah. To reduce hazing, Thailand may follow this country's lead in adopting a waiver system to opt out of conscription. This country ended a war with an eastern neighbor by agreeing to the Trump route for international peace and prosperity.
What recent country segment? Maybe
Answer?
Ethiopia.
Armenia, 20.
Oh, that makes sense.
Toss-up 4. In a work, this author admonished himself for admiring earthly things and wrote that even pagan philosophers recognized that nothing is wonderful but the soul. Figures representing love, chastity, and death successfully vanquished each other in the first 3 of this author's 6 triumphs. This author wrote a dialogue.
Just Petrarch.
Power.
Why are we dropping triumphs?
Bonus. Name the following about sidemen who played on John Coltrane's A Love Supreme for 10 points each. Saxophonist Archie Shepp covered songs in this genre in the seminal album Goin' Home. These African-American folk songs include Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, and later developed into gospel music.
Spirituals.
Yes. A musician with this surname, Elvin, played drums on A Love Supreme. 2 other drummers with this surname were nicknamed Papa Joe and Philly Joe.
What's his surname? Like Kripa.
Answer?
Shaw.
What?
Shaw.
No, they possibly had the nickname Joe because their last name is Jones. Elvin Jones also played on a Sonny Rollins album titled For a Night at This Location. Bill Evans recorded a 1961 album titled For Sunday at this Greenwich Village Club.
Greenwich Village Club, dude. This was like Birdland, maybe, or the Savoy?
I don't really know much.
Answer?
Savoy.
This is the Village Vanguard, 10 points.
Oh, that's the thing.
Toss up 5. A month after this event ended, Brent Snowcraft and Lawrence Eagleburger took a secret mission to meet one country's leader. Because of this event, many people from Vancouver boycotted an October 1st holiday and built a replica of a statue. The British organized...
Like the Tiananmen Square?
Power. Bonus. The Australian minister Robert Evans, a hunter of these events, holds the record for the most visual discoveries of them with 42 for 10 points each. In 1987, the Large Magellanic Cloud hosted one of what events, which are large and violent explosions of stars?
Supernova.
Yep. Observations of these phenomena in the remnant of SN 1987A explained why supernova remnants cool relatively slowly. Core collapse supernovae create long, highly energetic sources of these phenomena.
Gamma rays.
Yep. Supernovae and neutron star mergers are the only known sites of this set of nuclear reactions, which occur when time scale of neutron capture is less than the time scale of beta decay.
I will guess R process.
30.
Nice. Let's go.
Toss up 6. 2 holders of this title stand to the left of a sarcophagus in a lost mural that was destroyed in a fire along with Michelangelo's Sleeping Cupid. A holder of this title kneels in front of Mary and angels all clad in blue robes and a diptych exemplifying the International Gothic style. Bernini's bust of a holder of this title was based on a 1635 triple portrait by Anthony van Dyck. A holder of this title appears with an arrow piercing his eye in an 11th century artwork commissioned by Bishop Otto.
Ruler of England?
Prompt.
Like... King?
Yeah, that's it.
Nice. Good job.
For 10. Bonus. These fruits in Perun's arsenal are even more powerful than his stone arrows. For 10 points each, name these fruits, one of which Eris inscribed with the phrase, to the fairest, causing the judgment of Paris.
It is apple.
Prompt.
Golden apple.
Yep. In another Slavic tale, one of these creatures stole a golden apple every night from a king's tree. Ivan Tsarevich tried to capture this creature, but only managed to get one of its feathers.
Chicken.
Answer.
Chicken.
A firebird. In Irish legend, the sea god Manannan owned a branch of this material that bore 3 golden apples. The belief that the beast of Gavaden was susceptible to weapons of this material was introduced by retellings 2 centuries later.
Just generic something like ivory, maybe. Jade.
Sure.
Answer.
Ivory.
Silver, as in like a silver bullet. 10 points.
Okay. Come on, we got this.
Toss up 7. Note to players, description acceptable. Pagans performed this ritual naked during the Age of Ignorance before destruction of 360 idols central to it. Practitioners often performed 2 rakat at the Maqam Ibrahim immediately after this ritual. A voluntary version of this ritual, dubbed nafil does not require Iran garments. Variants of this ritual, dubbed al-Qudum and al-Wida, or arrival and farewell, are performed immediately after reaching and before leaving Mecca. Practitioners of this fard, or obligatory ritual...
Prayer.
No. Typically perform the first 3 repetitions and are typically done in an outer circle before moving inward for 4 slower repetitions. For 10 points, Muslims on the Hajj perform what ritual counterclockwise with respect to a holy object?
Circling the Kaaba.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bro, I should have just buzzed inside.
Oh, it's not a circle. It's like walking around the Kaaba.
What's underlined, sir?
So it's ambulating the Kaaba. I can accept descriptions of walking around the Kaaba. That is a description of walking around the Kaaba. As well as a bunch of other stuff. Bonus. In a short story named for this type of group, Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Peters find a strangled bird. For 10 points each, Susan Glaspell's Trifles was adapted into a story named for what type of group of her peers. This type of group makes up the title characters and Reginald Rose's 12 Angry Men.
Wait, like jurors? Is that what they call it? Jurors?
No, the group is a jury. In this play by Jerome Lawrence and Robert Lee, E.K. Hornbeck covers a fictionalized version of the Scopes Monkey Trial.
Inherit the Wind.
Yes. The Ruth Snyder case inspired a Sophie Treadwell expressionist play named for one of these things, in which Helen Jones kills her husband with a bottle full of stones. Mr. Zero kills his boss in an Elmer Rice play named for one of these things.
I have no idea. Do you think you should?
What's that, man?
Answer?
A house.
It's a machine or like an adding machine. 10 points in the bonus.
Sure.
You're processing the first part you said? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
jury and jurors. I mean, a group of jurors is a jury. I think it's synonymous.
Sure. We'll get that marked.
Only machine I know is Shelly Living.
Yeah, 2, 2, 3. Oh my god, why didn't I just say circle the Kaaba?
I was not thinking. It's a disrespect. I was not thinking circling the Kaaba.
I'm terrible. Can we have a score check while we're waiting?
Yeah,
Sure. It is currently Northview 170, Baton Rouge 70.
Well, I should have us.
Opponent aren't great, but we got this.
In terms of the protests, answer should have been accepted, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm just saying that a group of jurors is synonymous with jury.
Yeah, they're synonyms. Okay.
Sci-hist. Not a fib, but something. Sci-hist.
Baton Rouge, you want to say anything? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Okay, let me think. I know. I
Tough.
just
like PS.
Yeah, maybe something random.
Okay,
Sci-hist.
nothing. What do you want to say?
Took me out.
No, say it. What do you want to say? What do you think about saying?
It's not necessarily synonymous. There's
Yeah, I
like,
don't
you have
think
like 3
Wait,
jurors.
was the
And we
group
still
of
have
jury,
PFA and
jurors like a
bonuses.
subset of the jury?
No,
If
it's
you're both
literally the
PVC.
whole jury.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but like saying jurors does not.
Wait, is this C?
Yeah, if you say like
draft
soldiers, that's not synonymous with like a
That's mixed, I think.
Yeah, I know. It's fake.
Oh wait, no. Hold on. What was it?
It was like the
Okay.
agreement, and then this was the campaign.
It did
I think
totally
you're
fake
right.
it.
Okay, everything?
Yeah. I can tell first.
Okay. All right, let's continue.
10 for what? Kaaba, circling the Kaaba.
No, that was 10.
That was 10.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Let's go. Come on.
All right, here's toss of 8.
Alright, let's go.
These objects were first mass-produced for soldiers by Mark Brunel, having earlier been made by the Cordwainers Guild. Antoine Simon, a maker of these objects, terrorized a young Louis XVII during the French Revolution. Meiji-era reforms depressed the popularity of traditional wooden geta examples.
Shoes?
Power.
Good
I was
stuff.
gonna say like footwear. Like,
Well, I mean, maybe footwear's probably
Take
stuff.
process tree, that's fine.
Wait, is footwear?
They probably should have a prompt. It's not currently there, but I would prompt on that. Bonus. This process is the escape of gas from a container through microscopic holes, such as helium from a balloon. For 10 points each, name this process, whose rate is proportional to 1 over the square root of a gas's molar mass, according to Graham's law.
Fusion.
What?
Fusion.
Yes. A fusion occurs when the opening is smaller than the quantity for the gas. The average distance a particle... Okay, sorry. A fusion occurs when the opening is smaller than this quantity for the gas. The average distance a particle travels between collisions in kinetic molecular theory.
What's this called? Like path length or mean path length? Mean path length?
Mean free path. Thomas Graham also invented this technique, which separates molecules by their rates of diffusion across a membrane. The hemo form of this technique is used to filter the blood of patients with kidney failure.
This is like, oh, dialysis, osmosis.
Yeah.
Answer?
Dialysis.
Yes, for 20.
Okay, good stuff.
Size something. Let's go.
Toss up 9. The denominator of a relativistic formula for this operation contains a term equal to u times v prime over c squared. This operation is performed over indices in tensor contraction, and it's implied when adjacent terms use the same letter as an index in Einstein notation.
Addition.
Power.
Spectacular. Okay, great.
Bonus.
Great job.
Louis Aragon argued a 1917 Matisse painting was the first to depict how these objects changed artists' views of the world. For 10 points each, name these objects, agreeing one of which appears alongside the artist in a 1932 self-portrait by Tamara de Lampichka.
It's an apple, right? Right, Matisse.
Answer?
Okay, a book.
It's a car. De Lampichka's self-portrait in a green Bugatti belongs to this art movement. Streamline Moderne was an offshoot of this art movement that emphasized clean geometric shapes and architecture and sculpture.
I don't think it's futurism.
Art Deco.
Answer?
Art Deco.
Yes. A
Nice.
Trabant car crashes through this structure, and Birgit Kinder's mural tests the rest. The East Side Gallery preserved graffiti on this structure after it fell in 1989.
Berlin Wall.
For 20.
Let's go.
Toss up 10. Ernie and Johnny's strange upbringings illustrate this field's identification problem in a Paul Benacerraf paper. This field's central objects are indispensable according to the Quine-Putnam thesis. By analogy to the forms, the view that objects in this field really exist is called a type of Platonism. Type theory was introduced in a book title for this field that notoriously takes 379 pages to prove an extremely... Yes, for 10.
Wow, just all buzzers of that.
Bonus, a theory proposed by Thomas Talhelm argues that cultures that cultivated this crop were more cooperative due to village-wide practices like flooding and draining. For 10 points each, name this staple crop of Southeast Asia, often grown in paddy fields.
Rice.
Around 1000 AD, Song Dynasty Emperor Zhenzong began to import drought-resistant rice named for this kingdom of southern Vietnam.
Champa.
Yes. The Toraja people on this island store rice in house-like granaries. The Makassar Sultanate was based on this island west of the Banda Islands.
Sulawesi.
30.
AP World mentioned.
And that's a half. At the half, I have Northview 250, Baton Rouge Magnet 110.
Wait, this is the exact inverse of our score line against
There's
Hey,
two
that's
to it.
fair.
That's fair.
No, I'm
And poetry.
all my AFA content.
I got this. Come on. AFA toss up and bonus over.
Recycles, guys. You're good. Wait, Oscar. I'm 6'7".
Oh, right, my midstream 6'7". Caden the OG 6'7" is one of the 6'7" off, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Wait, it's a
Oh,
toss up.
let me mark.
Yeah. 10 in philosophy.
Yeah, 10 is fine, low. It's like,
Yeah, it's philosophy.
It's a stupid philosophy of math toss up, oh my god. Wow.
Bro, I was gonna say
Let's
like
get four,
calculus
let's get four.
on
All right, Ray subbed out for Annie. Is that right?
I mean, I'm sure, maybe, would Kappa's been accepted?
No, that would not be. So.
All right, is everyone ready?
Nice. Eastern.
All right, here we go.
Let's go.
Toss 11. An annual festival named for one of these events includes the Great Steamboat Race. Panic that Black Panthers or White Crazy might disrupt one of these events features in a 1970 Scanlon's article illustrated by Ralph Steadman.
Like a Kentucky Derby.
Sure. That is power.
Let's go.
Oh, wait.
The Kentucky
Decadent
Derby is
Depraved.
Decadent Depraved.
Bonus. Fluids that have a Mach number less than 0.3 are approximated as possessing this property. For 10 points each, name this property of fluids such as water which have constant density.
Like they're Newtonian, right?
Newtonian.
Uncompressible.
Answer?
Okay, just do.
Incompressible.
Yes. For an incompressible fluid, applying this operator to the velocity potential outputs 0. Applying this operator to the gravitational potential equals 4 pi times big G times rho in the Poisson equation for gravity.
Well, it's like an operator you can apply to gravity.
Yo,
Like
what?
say
Answer?
Gradient or something. Gradient.
Laplacian. The divergence-free velocity field definition for an incompressible fluid is derived from the conservation of this quantity, which is measured in kilograms.
Mass.
Mass.
20 points.
Let's go.
Solid.
Toss up 12. Note to players, description acceptable. Near the end of a nocturne third movement, one of these sounds is played at the end of a clarinet solo marked as if in a dream. 77 different types of these sounds were transcribed into a 13-movement catalog for solo piano. These sounds are evoked by the clarinet and violin in the Crystal Liturgy movement for Quartet for the End of Time by enthusiast Oliver Messiaen. These sounds are the leading voice of a concerto by I Know You Ha Ni Rauta Vara titled Cantus.
Like bird calls?
Yes.
Still in power or
No.
I'm about to bump Richard on this, like, waiting for...
It's okay.
Bonus. 100 million people cry through the tormented lips of the speaker of one of this author's poems. For 10 points each, name this author whose son's imprisonment inspired her 10-part poem Requiem. This author's other works include A Poem Without a Hero. Yes, Akhmatova waited until the death of this leader to publish Requiem. This dictator forced Akhmatova's fellow countryman Boris Pasternak to decline his Nobel Prize. Yes, the second part of Akhmatova's Requiem begins by referencing this expansive novel by Mikhail Shulakov that chronicles the lives of a group of Cossacks before and after the Russian Revolution.
And Quiet Flows the Dawn, probably. And Quiet Flows the Dawn.
30.
Let's go. Wait, was that 20 or 10?
It was 10 on the toss-up.
Come on, guys.
Here's toss-up 13. In one myth, after the woman he loves leaves for this location, a man instructs his soldiers to burn her letter to him on top of the highest mountain they can find. Some stories describe a god of this location being born from the reflection of his father's image in a white copper mirror. An old man begins finding gold nuggets in bamboo stalks after finding a princess from this location as a baby. A story for the placement of this location stems from a god of it angering his wife by killing the food goddess
Moon.
That's right for 10.
I was gonna pause, but
No, it's fine.
Bonus. Answer the following about World War II era construction projects for 10 points each. 10,000 soldiers worked on building a road named for this state completed in 1942. In that same year, Fort Mears in this state was attacked by Japanese bombers.
Oh, no, wait,
Answer.
Hawaii.
Alaska. Kolyma Highway, also called the Road of Bones, was primarily constructed with laborers from this system of Soviet labor camps.
Gulag. Yeah. Gulag.
Lieutenant General Igima Ishida was given a 10-year prison sentence after the war for overseeing this notorious project. POWs built the notorious Bridge 277 as part of this project.
Might be Grand Trunk, or I don't know if that's the right one. Or wait, Burma Road.
No, that is a different thing. This is the Burma Railway. So you get 10 on Gulag.
Let's go.
And toss up 14. For selling the assets of a company in this industry after acquiring a 50% stake in 1985, Carl Icahn first became known as a corporate raider. Robert Poley led strikers in this industry who refused to give into a 48-hour ultimatum. A Jimmy Carter signed deregulation act in this industry led to Braniff's bankruptcy.
Like airport.
Shit.
Shit. No, this is wrong. This is so wrong.
Yeah, I will take that.
yeah. What's underlined?
I can accept any answer describing air travel or airplanes or aircraft. The aviation is the primary industry. I am interpreting this description acceptable as this instruction as that being an answer describing
air travel
in the air industry. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Right, I thought that was wrong. Well, it wasn't specifically the airline industry, which is fascinating. I said airport.
There's still two signs. It's too late.
But like that's just like such a strange airline. There's a lot of
Is catching up to me, bro. We get the bonus and then
It's helping lock in.
we get the deals process.
Okay. Sure. For now. Wait. What was that? Was that 20?
Yeah, I know, I win.
That was 20, yes. Is there? Sorry, you were protesting as.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I understand description acceptable, but I don't feel that the airport itself is not part of the industry.
Yeah, I mean it's a fair protest.
I mean, I thought this would be fine.
Aviation.
Like, I thought it was just gonna be airline, but they said aviation, which is interesting. No, I thought that was like completely wrong.
Hopefully.
Once I said airport, I was like,
So given answer was airport, right?
my
Yes.
given answer was, well, airports, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nature of the
I don't
protest.
think so either.
Other team's answer was accepted, but should not have been.
Yeah.
Protesting team. What do you want me to type specifically?
Airport specifically is not part of the airline industry.
The issues, like, the main answer is not airline, it's aviation.
Yeah, aviation or airlines are the primary answer line, or anything describing air travel or airplanes or aircraft is what the answer line says. As well as air traffic controllers, which are.
Oh yeah.
Wait, actually, yeah, okay, great point. That specific phrase about a strike is about air traffic controllers who are arguably more connected to airports than, or like equally connected to airports than the airline industry.
Let's just switch to the air traffic controllers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if air traffic controllers were there, it should definitely.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put that as your response?
So you have a comment?
Alright, Shihan.
This is live stream, bro, please. Stop.
Oh, no, we're not gonna do.
Actually, yeah, with air traffic controllers, this probably should just take airport. Well,
So just to make sure, I've got protesting team justification. Airports specifically are not part of the airline industry in general.
Okay.
Opposing team's response, the specific clue that was buzzed on is referring to air traffic controllers, which arguably are more aligned with the airports themselves than the aviation industry in general. Does this sound right?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
All right. All right, we're good to go.
I did the wrong. I did the math version.
Huh?
You did the Matthew Chung version.
Okay. All right. So we have bonus for Baton Rouge. We have marked the protest. Here's a bonus. The Book of Ecclesiastes and the Book of Sirach, also referred to as Ecclesiasticus, are both considered among 7 books named for this concept. For 10 points each, name this concept, whose beginning is cited as the fear of the Lord in the Book of Proverbs, which is another example of literature named for this concept.
Like wisdom, right? Wisdom.
Yes. Both Sirach and Ecclesiastes were written in this language. The Old Testament was primarily written in this language and Aramaic.
Like Hebrew.
Yes. This letter paraphrases Sirach by charging its reader to be swift to hear and slow to speak. Martin Luther dubbed this New Testament epistle the Epistle of Straw.
Say any epistle, I don't really, it's fine. Probably Pauline.
Answer. Epistle of James, 20 points.
Come on.
So that's,
Let's get 4.
90
Let's get
points.
3. Let's get 3.
Let's check. So they got 20, and then so they got 40 total points, and the other team could have gotten 50 total points. So yes, 90.
Cool.
Wait, can we just get a score check in general?
Yes, it is currently Northview 270, Baton Rouge Magnet 230, with I think 2 protests outstanding right now.
Wait, what's the first protest?
What's the other protest?
Jurors. Yeah.
Oh, jurors.
Yep.
Yes, there are 100 points in protest.
Wow.
All right, toss of 15. In a work by this author, a man pressures a woman to give him her frying pan before she cures him and the frying. Before she curses him in the frying pan to hell. In a work by this author, a woman swears by Saint Joy and wears an Amor Vincit Omnia brooch. 3 brothers go to an oak tree to kill death, then kill each other.
Chaucer.
Power.
Okay,
Bonus. Answer the following about the geography of toilets for 10 points each. In the 1970s, the Committee to End Pay Toilets in America got pay toilets banned in this state. Public toilets can still be found at Big Shoals State Park on the Suwannee River in this state.
Wait, this is Georgia, right? Because it's one.
Yes.
Georgia.
Florida. The first of this city's namesake loos were installed in its old town, Chinatown. This city's Max light rail system connects its suburb to its suburb of Clackamas.
Vancouver, I don't know. Vancouver.
Portland. This city's mayor, Katie Wilson, used a slogan involving Big Dumper Cal Raleigh to advocate for more public toilets. America's privatized toilet system is heavily dependent on the policies of Starbucks, a company based in this city.
Seattle.
Yes, for 10.
Get the side. Get the side.
Let's go. We're doing
You got this.
Toss up 16. Cockroaches in genus Cryptoceras can metabolize this material and transmit that ability to juveniles via flagellates in their feces. Symbiotes in the mycangia of invasive southern and mountain beetles help them colonize this material. Both male and female workers, which are often blind, are present in a group of eusocial animals that can break down this material using protists in their gut. The 50... for 10.
Buzz.
It's okay, it's okay. Good pull.
Bonus. The Reuben Voss exemplifies this school's study of figure ground organization for 10 points each. Name this school of psychology whose laws of grouping include proximity, similarity, and continuity.
Sure. Go with behavioral.
Behavioral.
Gestalt. The Reuben is an ambiguous image type of these things. Another of these things consists of two similarly sized orange circles that appear different sizes because of their surroundings.
Optical illusion.
That's right. Max Wertheimer helped found Gestalt psychology with his thesis on this optical illusion, in which the rapid alternating presentation of two images causes the perception of a moving shadow.
I've never heard of this before.
I forget what it's called. I've seen it.
Answer
Blindness.
is the phi phenomenon, 10 points.
Okay, come on, guys. 2 more. Let's go.
Toss up 17. A lecture titled For an Astonishing 60 Years was given by a thinker who conceptualized the taboo of these things as a focal point. Glenn Snyder proposed that these things increase the rate of minor conflicts in the stability-instability paradox. These things were the subject of a series of debates between Scott Sagan and Kenneth Waltz. The Hobbesian trap was applied to these objects by Thomas Schelling, whose works, like The Strategy of Conflict, apply game theory to these objects and define strategies like brinksmanship. Defensive neo-realists claim that these objects prevent war because the threat of...
Nuclear weapons.
That's right for 10.
Yo.
What the Hitler, bro?
Bonus. Thick, thin, and elastic filaments are respectively made of these two proteins and titin for 10 points each. Name these two proteins found in myocytes, one of which uses ATP hydrolyzing heads to move relative to the other one in the sliding filament model.
Actinomycin.
That's right. The sliding filament model describes the contraction of this tissue whose striated or skeletal type is responsible for voluntary movements.
Muscle.
That's right. These proteins' namesake complex regulates the availability of actin binding sites by allowing a similarly named myosin to decouple from actin. High levels of these proteins in the bloodstream are a sign of cardiac muscle damage.
It's like myoglobin, right?
Yes.
Why did they say similar name? Okay, myoglobin.
Troponins, 20 points.
Let's go.
Oh wait, no, troponin.
You said timeout, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also there's
Wait,
also protest.
where's
There's a
that?
protest. So
What's that?
Silent.
lit side.
Exactly.
Already has a name.
All right. So, as I was saying, currently tied at 290. And we were good on that score, right?
Let's
Okay.
go, guys. Two more,
And
come on.
we're going into toss-up 18.
Let's go.
Is everyone ready? Here we go. A man in this novel attempts to woo his cousin by gifting her a debauched parrot, but disappears on a flying machine. A three-legged table in this novel is used by the Mora sisters.
House of the Spirits.
Power.
Yes. Good.
I watched the show last week. It's so good. It's so good.
Oh yeah, there's a TV show based on this now. Bonus. For his aunt's funeral, Anton Bruckner wrote a set of two quality for choirs of this instrument. For 10 points each, name this instrument that was played with a modern F attachment in Bruckner's later symphonies. Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov wrote an early concerto for this instrument. Answer?
Flute.
Trombone. On German-style trombones, this section of the instrument is larger. This flared end of many wind instruments shares its name with a metal instrument that are rung from church towers.
Bell.
Yes. Bruckner's symphony of this number contains an apocalyptic low brass chorale in its finale. Part 1 of Mahler's large-scale symphony of this number sets the Veni Creator Spiritus hymn.
Go for it.
8.
It's okay.
10 points.
Okay, come on. 2 more. Let's go.
30.
Sigh.
Keep going.
Toss up 19. This ruler hired Polyidus of Thessaly to build a movable siege tower called...
Alexander the Great.
Nope. Called a Helipolis during a failed siege of Byzantium. This was the first ruler to use Imbolin tactics with cavalry as part of a hammer and anvil system. A golden wreath belonging to this ruler's fifth wife, Meta, was found at Vergina. This victor at the Battle of Crocus Field conquered Thessaly during the Third Sacred War. This king's introduction of the Sarissa may have been inspired by his time with Epaminondas as a hostage. Demosthenes rallied Athenians against this king, who was killed by Pausanias at Orestes. The sacred band of Thebes was routed by this pioneer of the phalanx. For 10 points, what king was the father of Alexander the Great?
Philip.
Prompt?
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for yelling, bro.
It's not over, dude.
Bonus. At the Battle of Carina, this character vanquishes his rival by piercing him with an arrow tipped with a white rooster spur. For 10 points each, name a semi-legendary ruler who defeats the magician Sumaro Conti in an epic that recounts the founding of the Mali Empire.
Sundiata.
Yes. The Epic of Sundiata has been preserved by West African griots who pass stories down in this manner as opposed to writing them down.
Orally.
Yes. This character is Sundiata's griot and informs him about Sumaro's weaknesses. At one point in the work, this character enters a room covered in human skin where he finds 9 human heads arranged in a circle and a snake he has to put to sleep.
Have a guess.
I don't have a guess.
Sumanguru.
This is Balafasake. And final toss-up. One of these quantities is used to compute contour integrals via the residue theorem. Examples of these numbers derived from a generating function can express terms in an infinite sequence. The existence of a prime that divides all but one of these numbers is part of Eisenstein's criteria for irreducibility. If these quantities are... no.
Yeah. It's fine.
Are mutually prime, Gauss's lemma applies. Ratios between these numbers are equated to a function's solutions by Vieta's formulas. The discriminant of a quadratic is calculated from these values. Descartes' rule of signs relates the number of sign changes in these quantities to the number of roots. For 10 points, name these constants that multiply the variable in each term of a polynomial.
Coefficient.
That's right.
It's okay. You're good.
Bonus. You have been accused of a capital crime in Elizabethan England for 10 points each. If you're a man, your best bet is to sacrifice your thumb and claim a right called the benefit of these people, which, despite the name, is open to anyone who can read. Give the specific term.
Vagrant, maybe. Vagrant.
Clergy. If you're a woman, you should claim that you're in this state. During the Elizabethan era, women who were really in the state would most likely consult a midwife.
Yeah, pregnancy.
Yep. If you're acquitted, your crime might be attributed to a fake surname such as An Oak, indicating the crime took place at an oak tree. This later monarch established Oak Apple Day to honor the oak tree he hid from the Roundheads in.
Who hid from the Roundheads? Cromwell or Charles?
No.
Charles II, right?
Charles II.
Charles II.
That's right. Okay, so final score is 350, 320, 320. Good game, everyone. So hang out here for instructions on finishing things up.